Chapter 394, Encountering Ao Feng Again. Reverie _ Ling Han looked at Ao Feng. Several months had passed, yet this genius of the Ao family already crossed into the flower blossom tier. He had an intangible constitution, clearly standing there yet non-existent like the void. That feeling made him sick to the point of wanting to vomit. The best solution was not to look at him. Flower blossom tiers surpassed mortals, even spiritual ocean tier warriors couldn't stare at the man inkling of their power. His expression was calm, but inside he was extremely vigilant. Flower blossom tier martial artists were too strong, such that even if he were at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier now, he wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. This limit was extremely hard to cross over. If Ao Feng made a move, he would immediately enter the Black Tower. Thunder battle armor? Not to mention whether the power it could unleash in his hands was able to block Ao Feng or not, as long as he used it, wasn't it equivalent to telling Ao Feng that he was Hanlin? Who are you? Ao Feng asked indifferently, unleashing his godly might like a supreme god. Cocky. Ling Han said inwardly. Only those newbies who just crossed into the flower blossom tier would make a show of their presence. It was a sort of mentality as their strength surpassed the mortal limit, but would their mentality also make the same leap? He showed no sign of fear, took out his golden badge, brandishing it, and said, I am Ling Han, low-level Earth-grade alchemist. Hiss. Ao Feng involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Such a young Earth-grade alchemist. That was way too ridiculous. However, with his vision, he could tell that the badge was real with a single glance. He was a flower blossom tier warrior, which was certainly out of the ordinary. The problem was that low-level Earth-grade alchemists were treated as equals to flower blossom tier warriors, and because of the rarity of alchemists, they were actually a level higher. Even spiritual infant tier elites had to be very courteous toward alchemists. But could flower blossom tiers earn the courtesy of spiritual infant tier warriors? No way. The tiers of martial arts were rigidly stratified. If someone at the flower blossom tier were smug in front of someone in the spiritual infant tier, the former would be swatted to death. Unless they had a father at the deity transformation tier or the heaven tier or something, and if you had a shattering void tier cultivator as your father, then making spiritual infant tiers kneel down to lick your feet wasn't something impossible. So it's Master Ling. Ao Feng withdrew his lofty attitude. He just entered the flower blossom, and there might be a time in the future where he needed to ask Ling Han to refine pills. Besides, alchemists were a very united group, so offending one could mean offending the entire group. Thus, he'd rather not become enemies with Ling Han. Of course, it was mainly because he had the thought of asking Ling Han to refine pills in the future, or else who would know that he killed Ling Han in the Dark Demon Forest? Ling Han cupped his hands, and said, You're too polite. He was neither cold nor indifferent, just right in expressing the arrogance peculiar to alchemists. This was his true quality, so he naturally handled it with ease. How come Master Ling has come to Dark Demon Forest alone? No, with just the two of you? Ao Feng asked. He had just saw Hunyao and felt somewhat astounded that he overlooked her earlier. At such heights as his, all things should be reflected in his consciousness regardless of size, but he overlooked Hunyao, an extremely strange thing. Fortunately, it was just a 5 to 6 years old little girl. It mattered not if he overlooked her. I need a stock of spirit medicine. If Brother Ao can find it, there'll definitely be a handsome reward, Ling Han said smilingly. Hearing this, Ao Feng instantly felt full of revulsion within. He was a flower blossom tier, but a 17 to 18-year-old youngster with the spiritual ocean tier cultivation was actually calling him a brother. It naturally made him feel very out of sorts. It couldn't be denied that Ling Han was an Earth-grade alchemist, and having a low cultivation and being young weren't a problem at all. What spirit medicine is Master Ling searching for? Ao Feng asked. He had set out to get on friendly terms with Ling Han, and now he naturally placed his stance lower. Crimson red chilling ice grass, Ling Han said seriously while laughing inwardly. If Ao Feng really found the spirit medicine, then when he refined the Restore Spirit pill for Ling Dongxing in the future, making his father's cultivation skyrocket before at last suppressing Ao Feng and telling Ao Feng the truth. Would this guy spurt out blood from anger? It was truly something to look forward to. All right, I've remembered it. If there's a chance, I'll definitely deliver the spirit medicine myself. Ao Feng nodded, then went on, I have other things to take care of, farewell. Please. Ling Han also nodded. Ao Feng left treading on wind, and very soon disappeared into the horizon. Ling Han's gaze turned cold. He was contemplating if he should become blood brothers with Ao Feng. Won't this guy have to call Ling Dongxing uncle? Ha, he immediately shook his head and forgot such distasteful stuff. Ling Han dislikes that bad guy? Hunyao suddenly asked. Ling Han said smilingly, Nyo is real smart, you even saw through that. Hunyao giggled. She was most sensitive to presence and emotions, even if Ling Han intentionally suppressed the hatred, deceiving even Ao Feng, it couldn't escape Hunyao's eyes. However, we'll have to be careful from now on, Ling Han said, walking into the valley with Hunyao. The ice-fire gourd valley was half a world of ice and half surging with lava. Once one entered, there was boundless snow that covered the entire valley. A field of white without a single shred or inch of mottling was a rather splendid sight. There's a large snake here, Ling Han said. Nyo wants to eat snake meat. Hunyao's eyes immediately lit up, saliva almost drooling out. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, that's a peak stage spiritual pedestal tier being, I can't beat it, can you? Nyo can't beat it. Hunyao sighed dejectedly, appearing extremely disappointed. This shock was too great for a foodie. Our main purpose is to find crimson red chilling ice grass. This large snake can be taken care of when we come back in the future, Ling Han said. N. Hunyao nodded lovably. The two walked very fast, passing through the ice valley, and a sea of fire appeared before them, crimson-colored lava rolling around a scene that would make one's scalp creep. Between the sea of fire and the layer of ice was an expanse of boiling water that acted as a buffer. However, no matter whether it was the sea of fire or the layer of ice, the power of either was extremely strong, so neither was devoured by the other, existing like so for several thousand years. To Ling Han's knowledge, there had been no such place like the Dark Demon Forest. Well, there might have been such a place, just that he didn't know after all. The vast lands were too massive. Ling Han carefully searched locations where crimson red chilling ice grass could grow. Such a spirit medicine could only survive in the buffer zone, absorbing the power of the chilling ice and the raging flames, or else it wouldn't be able to survive at all. However, the buffer zone was all boiling water, without any surfacing rocks. This dictated that crimson red chilling ice grass couldn't possibly grow, because this spirit grass disliked water environment. He came for nothing. Ling Han took out the map. On it were several special landforms that were marked, but other than this ice-fire gourd valley, there were no other places that was suitable for the growth of crimson red chilling ice grass. Unless, it was Dark Demon Forest's core area. Hong. At this moment, earth-shattering sounds reverberated as a fully silver-colored large snake broke through the ice. The snake's head alone was several meters high, and the length of the snake's entire body was extremely shocking. Ling Han was astounded not because of the large snake's length, but because of the tumor on the top of its head. Was it turning into a flood dragon? Chapter 395, Battling the Great Snake. Reverie _ Snakes turned into flood dragons, and flood dragons turned into dragons. Such was the usual path of transformation. The problem was that flood dragons had 2 horns, but what was that tumor on its head? Was it transforming into a unicorn? Hunyao immediately crouched down, opened her mouth, and revealed her white teeth, making a roaring stance. If she had fur, it would definitely be standing on ends. Ling Han also revealed a vigilant look. This great snake was the tyrant of the Gourd Valley, a 9th-layer spiritual pedestal existence, but for some reason, it gave Ling Han a feeling that it was scarier than Ao Feng. That was quite right. It was because Hunyao also had that feeling that she immediately entered a defensive and threatening stance. Earlier, when Ao Feng appeared, Hunyo was very calm. The giant snake slowly stood up. The snake head kept rising, as if its body was endlessly long. After it had reached the height of the valley, its body still wasn't fully out of the layer of ice. This was very unbelievable. It was at least 1,000 meters, and maybe several thousand meters long. Ling Han was puzzled. Could a spiritual pedestal tier beast snake grow this large? The larger the body, the more powerful a living creature was. For example, if a living creature during their maturity could grow to the size of the vast lands, then it didn't need to cultivate. It only had to trample down a few times. Even if the vast lands didn't shatter, the people and other beasts would be decimated and only a few elites could survive. Precisely because of this, the heavens strictly limited a living being's body size. For beasts, only when their strengths increased could their size also increase accordingly. For a spiritual pedestal tier, the body size limit was about 100 meters, and only a flower blossom tier beast could reach 1,000 meters, but not surpass this limit. However, this large snake was only at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and its body size not only broke past 100, but also 1,000 meters, advancing into the spiritual infant tiers. On top of that, the tumor on its head was even stranger. There had never been stories of a spiritual pedestal tier snake beast that could turn into a flood dragon. Turning into a flood dragon was something to happen after heaven tier. Strange, too strange. It was a long story, but it was a matter of a breath's time. With a hong, the large snake descended from the sky and smashed its head straight down, barbaric and rough, using terrifying power to gain the upper hand. Ling Han's face was all green. He took hold of Hunyo, who still wanted to soar into the sky to battle to her heart's content, and their figures flashed. They entered the Black Tower. With the giant snake's power, weight, and inertia of falling from the sky, such massive strength was enough to pound him and Hunyo into minced meat, guaranteeing their deaths through and through. This was truly unreasonable. There was no comparison of skills, but simply crushing by brute force, yet it completely unleashed the great snake's power. Strange, strange, why do I sense a familiar smell on this large snake? Ling Han pondered, stroking his chin. Spiritual pedestal tier beasts all had a special elemental attack, for example, spraying chilling mist or venom, and Ling Han had even seen beast snakes that turned all its scales into sharp blades and launched them. However, this large snake didn't seem to plan on using its special abilities at all, smashing with its head right off the bat. It was extremely well practiced. The snake had to be a habitual offender. Ling Han looked outside through the Black Tower, seeing that the large snake was searching for his and Hunyo's flesh and blood. The large snake's eyes revealed it was at a loss, seeming to be puzzled by how the two just disappeared. Idiot. Extreme idiot. Ling Han felt it even stranger. Being able to cultivate to peak stage of the spiritual pedestal tier, which was one step away from crossing over the line of mortals, how could its intelligence be so lacking? Beasts possessed very high intelligence, and the higher their tier, the smarter they were. The intellect of flower blossom tier beasts was definitely no lower than that of the wise men. However, no matter how he looked, this large snake was sluggish and stupid, as if it only knew how to smash people with its head, battling with its instinct. Let's try to fight it. Ling Han came to a decision, and Xiao, his figure flashed, exiting the Black Tower with demon birth sword in hand and thunder battle armor already activated. Hong, his left hand launched a flash of lightning while his right hand swung the sword, and Xiao, 7 flashes of sword chi flew unhindered. Pu, Piu, 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 2 attacks fired into the large snake's body, but what surprised Ling Han was that the 7 flashes of sword chi only left a few white marks on the snake's scales, while the lightning's effects were only a bit greater, penetrating through scales and leaving a wound on the large body. However, for a large snake, this was truly neither painful nor ticklish. The large snake was infuriated, smashing its head downwards again. Ling Han hurriedly entered the Black Tower, evading this attack. Peng, the entire valley trembled, showing the giant snake's terrifying power. Ling Han, however, laughed and said to himself, if this were another 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier, I really wouldn't be able to deal with it, but this snake is too stupid, I could just exhaust it to death. He exited the Black Tower again, then shot out both fists continuously and activated Thunder Battle Armor's power, forming flashes of lightning and firing it towards the large snake's eyes. The large snake was stupid for sure, but its instincts allowed it to avoid injuries to vital parts such as the eye. It immediately tilted its head to evade. Then, it smashed its head downwards again, setting the valley quaking. Ceaselessly accumulated snow shot into the sky, then snowflakes fluttered all over the sky, while on the other side, the sea of flames boiled like the tide, splashing crimson-red lava. Ling Han continued to enter and exit the Black Tower, tirelessly attacking the large snake's eyes. He only had to succeed once to gain a great victory, so he was absolutely in no rush. The large snake was still sluggishly stupid, and if Ling Han's strength were stronger, it would definitely have drilled into the layer of ice long ago, not fighting Ling Han at all. However, from its point of view, Ling Han would die in one smash, and faced with such a tick, how could it run? Besides, it was continually getting struck by Ling Han, and although it was thick-skinned, feeling only a bit of pain, the anger made it resolve to kill Ling Han. One man and one snake exhausted each other like this. Several hours later, the large snake appeared more irritable, continuously smashing its head at the ground as if it held the initiative. Ling Han searched for an opportune moment. The instant the large snake pounded the ground, he attacked from the Black Tower. Xiao, a flurry of sword strikes, 800 rays of sword light soared into the sky. It was mysterious 3000. Pu, Piu, 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 the sword light fired simultaneously at the large snake's right eye. At this time, the large snake's intimidating defensive power was displayed to its greatest extent. Even if the eye was a very frail vital area, several hundred rays of sword light shot into it were actually not enough to shatter it at first. Only after the last 100 rays of sword light surged by did the eyeball finally show a gash. Then, as if porcelain had been smashed, it suddenly shattered. With a paw, a body of liquid poured out like tidal water from a dike. Under the pain, the large snake violently twisted, and a massive power bashed sideways and straight on. The entire valley was as if it were going to be demolished. Ling Han entered the Black Tower, immediately recovering origin power. Now, striking out mysterious 3000 at full strength wouldn't consume all his power, but 1/3 still seemed to have been depleted. He crushed a dozen pieces of origin crystal and recovered his origin power at an extremely fast pace. He exited the Black Tower again after that and attacked the hole opened up in the large snake's eye with his sword. 2 vein-like lines were activated on the demon birth sword. Sword chi flew unhindered as Ling Han slashed recklessly to his heart's content. Chapter 396, Chaos Origin Source. Reverie _ Despite the large snake's stubborn frame that far surpassed a normal spiritual pedestal tier beasts, it couldn't tolerate a flurry of slashes inside its head. Not to mention, Ling Han used the demon birth sword, a 10th tier spirit tool. Even if it could only emit a tiny bit of its power, the power of its sharpness was plain to see. Add the Thunder Battle Armor's prowess, and the large snake was electrocute, burnt on the inside and crisp on the outside. Slash, 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 Ling Han destroyed to his heart's content. He bustled about in the snake's head, and 10 minutes later, the large snake no longer showed any signs of movement. Ling Han swung his sword and broke through the head, feeling fatigued all over, and sat abruptly onto the ground. This large snake was truly terrifying. Under the circumstances of allowing him to attack at will, he still exhausted all his energy to kill it. If this large snake possessed the intellect of a normal beast, then the result would be the complete opposite. He wouldn't be able to do anything about this huge monster. Ling Han let Hunyao out. The little girl kept kicking the large snake, fully showing her childish temperament. Ling Han was very interested in the bump on the snake's head because it meant that it was growing flood dragon horns, which were treasures, absolute treasures. Flood dragon horns ground to dust could be used in medicine. Their effects were manifold, of which the most famous was boosting the sex drive, making men as vigorous as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. Of course, Ling Han was not at all interested in boosting his sex drive. He was very confident in this area. According to the legends, a true dragon was an auspicious sign of the divine plane, possessing the supreme power of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Inside the flood dragon horn was a shred of the true dragon's godly qualities, and if it could be extracted, wouldn't that be kick*ss? He used the demon birth sword as a butcher's knife, slicing the bump on the snake's head carefully in case it damaged the flood dragon horns. The progress was very slow, not that demon birth sword wasn't sharp enough, but Ling Han's power was a bit weak. This large snake's scales were truly too hard, making his progress extremely slow. However, half an hour later, Ling Han finally peeled off the scales, cutting open the skin and revealing the bump completely. He sliced it open, but didn't find the corneum, so he cut and cut. Only after digging much more did a small black dot appear. Ling Han was startled. He sliced open the surrounding flesh, only to find that it was actually tiny black stone. He reached to grab it, but as he made contact, he groaned. Endless chaos charged into his consciousness, making his head feel like it was about to burst. He forcefully endured it, wanting to enter the Black Tower. However, as his consciousness was attacked, he actually couldn't immediately make any contact with the Black Tower. He couldn't help but be shocked as the thoughts of chaos in his consciousness continued to expand. Black chi grew from his entire body as his divine consciousness was rapidly being possessed. Ling Han! Hunyao yelled, baring her teeth and roaring. Ling Han at this moment gave her the feeling of a complete stranger. Ling Han forcefully endured it, maintaining one last shred of clarity. At last, he finally gained contact with the Black Tower, and he entered the Black Tower, instantly summoning supreme power. Waves of black chi surged out from within his body as if a pit of snakes that were reluctant to leave, still wanting to worm its way into his body. However, inside the Black Tower, this was absolutely unrealistic. Ling Han soared into the sky, completely expelling the power of chaos. He breathed rapidly and heavily. It was truly too terrifying. If he were slightly slower, his consciousness would have been infested completely by the chaos. He'd become like the large snake, muddle-headed and living based on instincts. He never would have thought that a small piece of black stone could actually be so dangerous. I understand now. It's no wonder the large snake gave me a familiar feeling. That's demonic chi. Ling Han clapped his hands, finally remembering. He exited the Black Tower. Hunyao immediately dove towards him, nudging him with her head and looking like she never wanted to let go. All right, I'm fine. Ling Han laughed and rubbed Hunyao's hair, then looked towards the black stone inside the snake's head. The black stone was the size of a peanut, not uniform in shape and different from Azura Demon Emperor. This black stones looked like nothing special and had no shred of demonic chi circulating within it, which was why Ling Han had been careless and almost became infected with no hope of reprieve. He used the demon birth sword to scoop the stone up, and with a paw, the black stone rolled on the ground several times before lying silent on the accumulated snow. A strange scene appeared. The large snake immediately shriveled up, and within only a few breaths' time, the large corpse was already rotten. Its scales turned into ash, and the bones broke one after another. Nyo's meat. Hunyao screamed in anguish. Ling Han's face twitched. Earlier when he was attacked by the chaos from the black stone, the little girl didn't scream so tragically, did she? Alas, a foodie was always going to be a foodie. However, this large snake's peculiarities were all because of this black stone? Otherwise, how come the entire corpse crumbled once the black stone was taken out? This could explain why a spiritual pedestal tier beast could grow up to several thousand meters, but why the black stone had such effects was another problem. Stinky rock. Hunyao raised her feet and trampled down fiercely at the black stone. The little girl's speed was too fast and Ling Han couldn't stop her in time at all, but he was immediately shocked, because nothing happened to Hunyao after stamping it over and over. Moreover, Hunyao even picked up the black stone, smashing it, yet it still had no influence on her at all. Were the heads of foodies so empty that they couldn't be affected? Ling Han didn't dare to try and let Hunyao take the black stone again, taking Hunyao into the Black Tower before letting Hunyao hand it to him. Wang, the intent of chaos, attacked once again as endless demons and hells manifested the chaos of the universe. Ling Han activated the power of the Black Tower. Wang, these demonic thoughts were instantly blocked from his consciousness. He discovered that this could toughen his divine consciousness, though, of course, it was under the Black Tower's help, or else it would be courting death. Small tower, what's this thing? Ling Han asked. Missing too much memory, might know, but can't remember at all right now. Small tower's emotionless voice sounded out. Ling Han put the black stone, looked towards Hunyao, and said, but how did Hunyao block the attack of the chaotic intent? Hunyao pat her chest as she said, Nyo's a genius. Huh, you certainly are a genius. Ling Han remembered the strange spirit base inside her body. Even if he activated Eye of Truth now, he still wouldn't be able to see through Hunyo's dantian. The little girl's strangeness index was also ridiculously high. CC1. Hunyo smiled happily. Ling Han picked up the black stone, weighed it in his hand, and said to himself, it's not bad. It can be used to toughen divine consciousness and increase the soul's strength. Not only that, Small Tower spoke up. There's a shred of chaos origin source inside. Chaos origin source? What's the heck is that? Ling Han asked. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things, Small Tower said. Tao is the great Tao of heaven and earth, and great Tao forms the supreme ultimate, which turns into yin and yang. Yin and yang can also be seen as order and chaos. Ling Han was astounded and said, this piece of black stone can actually trace back to the origin source? Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. All things carry the females and embrace the male. And by breathing together, they live in harmony. Chapter 397, Blood Lighthouse Changes Master. Reverie _ What was Tao? Heaven and earth's origin source, the true essence of the world. According to legends, gods grasped the Tao of heaven and earth and were invincible in the world, transcending life and death. Martial arts, alchemy, and formations were 3 different angles of pursuing the origin source, searching for Tao. However, just as Small Tower said, Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Mortals were commonplace. Even Ling Han, who was a heaven tier in his former life, remained at the level of all living things, striving to trace the source origin and searching for the 3. He was still very far off in martial arts, but in alchemy, he reached the peak stage of heaven grade, with 1 foot into the path of godhood, qualifying to contact the 3. But now, a small piece of black stone actually contained the chaos origin source, reaching the 2 level. If one could completely grasp the source of chaos within the black stone, couldn't one jump straight into God realm? As Ling Han said that, Small Tower immediately shook in negation and said, impossible. There is too little chaos origin source within the black stone, and it's only a fragment of the colossal chaos origin source. Even if you could completely grasp a branch of it, it's still far from the chaos source origin. However, I can absorb the shred of chaos origin source, and extract the source power, repairing my body by 1 billionth. That news was massive. After Ling Han was shortly startled, he blurted out, you can extract the power of origin source? And, Black Tower is damaged? Even the power of origin source can only repair by 1 billionth? Small Tower shook lightly and said, it's precisely because I was heavily damaged that I was struck to this realm, losing almost all my memories. Extracting the power of origin source shouldn't be hard. My instincts tell me that I can do it and that this piece of black stone is really too small, so being able to repair 1 billionth is already an optimistic estimate. Ling Han's jaw dropped. Just what level was the Black Tower's existence, needing the power of origin source to repair it? In this lifetime, would he be able to wait till the day the Black Tower completely recovered? However, he was only at the spiritual ocean tier and had already received a piece of black stone, which meant that his fortune was heaven-defying. Perhaps the Black Tower could be repaired without breaking into God realm. One had to be optimistic. Ling Han temporarily had no intention of giving the black stone for small tower to refine. The chaos intent could toughen his own martial intent, especially now that he was stuck at 7 flashes of sword. Part of the reason for that was that his martial intent was not tough enough. He exited the black tower, bringing Hunyo towards the core area of the dark demon forest. It was very possible that there were more black stones there. After all, the dark demon forest was known for its demonic chi-like mists, and the beasts in the core area were all possessed and terrifying as they thirsted for blood. Before, Ling Han didn't know the reason, but now, thinking about it, if the black stone existed there for a long time, it definitely influenced the environment, thereby influencing the living creatures there. Whether it was for crimson-red chilling ice grass or for the chaos origin source within the black stone, Ling Han had to make this trip. One day later, a stronghold appeared before them again. The stronghold was much smaller than the previous one, but its defensive powers were increased a whole lot. Spiritual Ocean tier martial artists patrolled the surroundings with weapons in their hands, all extremely alert. Ling Han pondered, deciding to lodge at this stronghold. He walked over and was requested to hand over 5 origin crystals. Fortunately, probably seeing that Hunyo was too small, her ticket fare wasn't collected, saving Ling Han a small amount. This stronghold's infrastructure was also consisting in wooden walls and bamboo houses, but simpler it couldn't be helped, because this was the 3rd ring of the Dark Demon Forest. The entire Dark Demon Forest was divided into 4 rings. The first ring was obviously the core area. Because of the great influence of demonic chi, no single force could set foot there. Normally, only Flower Blossom tier elites dared to enter it, but they also came and went with haste, not daring to stay long. Next was the second ring, which was the foothold of the Blood Lighthouse and the Gust Demon clan. It was also the foothold on the foremost front line, often suffering assaults from beasts that came out of the core area. If one wanted to rest and reorganize there, each day of stay would cost 110 origin crystals. Fiery Sun Grass was in this area. The danger there was still quite high because there was a possibility of encountering Flower Blossom tier beasts that came from the core area. Ling Han was at the 3rd ring and the nearby beasts were already very frightening. There were spiritual pedestal tier existences. Even martial artists at spiritual pedestal tier had to be careful. Slight inattentiveness would be their perdition. He brought Hunyo to a tavern. It was the best place to seek out information. Great news, great news. Blood Lighthouse has changed hands. What, is it real? I just came out of the 2nd ring, only 50,000 meters away from the headquarters of the Blood Lighthouse. It's news I heard personally, it couldn't possibly be fake. Strange, wasn't the head of Blood Lighthouse at his prime? How come he abdicated? He didn't abdicate on his own accord, but he was defeated. Hey, Blood Lighthouse's head is a Flower Blossom tier warrior, an almighty expert who can stand side by side with Heavenly Silkworm Court's head, Devour Bone Court's head, and Gust Demon Clan's head. He was actually defeated by someone? Exactly, and it's rumored that the one who defeated the Blood Lighthouse's head is a Grandmaster of Fists, able to burst forth with 10 flashes of fist chi. It was only 19 consecutive punches before Blood Lighthouse's head was put down, forced to submit his authority. Hiss, who was that? That's way too fierce, right? Don't know, that person is very secretive. He calls himself the Fist Emperor. Fist Emperor? That's quite domineering, isn't it? Ling Han listened and was somewhat shocked. Of the 4 large forces, the Blood Lighthouse was forced to change head some major event. Just where did this Fist Emperor come from, not only having strength, but also having high aspirations? Emperor titles shouldn't be used rashly. In his former life, there was only Sword Emperor and Setting Sun Saber Emperor who were called emperors, while he attained supreme accomplishments in alchemy and was still being called the Grand Master of Alchemy. This represented invincibility within a tier. Sword Emperor, invincible in the sword path. Saber Emperor, the sole supremacy in the saber path. As for him, he stood at the peak of alchemy. Calling oneself the Fist Emperor would probably attract many fist experts to challenge him, because if they accepted his title, then it was equivalent to acknowledging that he was first in fist path, How could these grandmasters of fists tolerate that? Ling Han stroked his chin. Should he also call himself some sort of emperor and attract some aggro? It seemed to be quite an interesting idea. Your news is not really new, that was at least a month ago. Someone on the side was unwilling to have the limelight taken away, immediately interjecting. Now, many figures on the prodigy roll are gathered at the Dark Demon Forest, and that's the most sensational event. Why? This news attracted the curiosity of many. After all, the figures on the prodigy roll were elites that could become flower blossom tier and even spiritual infant tier warriors. With so many of them gathered at the Dark Demon Forest, it could be called a distinguished gathered. It's said that a treasure has come into being at the core of the forest, that person said, feigning mysteriousness. What treasure? Everyone asked in surprise. Chapter 398, Heavenly Luck Stone. Reverie _ What treasure? Everyone revealed a curious look. Treasure, just that word alone made people's blood boil. Moreover, it was able to draw the attention of the people on the prodigy roll. Such a treasure was obviously extremely precious. The person chuckled, seeing everyone's gaze concentrated on himself instantly gave rise to a strong sense of vanity. They continued, exactly what I'm not sure, but I heard it's a rock. A rock? Everyone was astounded. What was so special about that rock that it actually attracted so many figures on the prodigy roll? Ling Han was startled. Could it be the black stone? Inside, it harnessed the chaos origin source. However, he immediately shook his head inwardly. Such power, even he couldn't absorb it in his previous lifetime's peak, not to mention a few spiritual ocean tier and spiritual pedestal tier warriors. Leaving other things out, he couldn't even endure the chaos intent inside the black stone with his heaven tier divine sense, and had to rely on the black tower to suppress it, so other people were naturally even less qualified. Unless, they were as strange as Hunyo. Huh, you're slinging the bull, nothing about a rock is worth fighting over, someone mocked. It really is a rock, I'm not lying to you guys. That person immediately swore. Martial artists all liked respect, and being doubted instantly made the person anxious. However, most people still didn't believe it. What about a rock was worth fighting for? That's right, it certainly is a rock called Heavenly Luck Stone, someone said. Yes, I remember now, it is called Heavenly Luck Stone, the person from earlier said in a hurry. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the one who revealed the identity of the Heavenly Luck Rock. It was a lanky male in all white clothing. He wore a straw hat, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, judging from his voice earlier, this person should be quite young. White-robed Sword King, Shinzhong Cheng, someone said with a quaver after seeing the treasured sword he placed on the table. White-robed Sword King. 29th place on North Region's prodigy roll. The only one who squeezed into top 40 with the cultivation of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, absolutely heaven-defying. Everyone cried out one after another. Although Shinzhong Cheng's ranking wasn't the finest, not even squeezing into top 10, he was only at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. One that could push back 11 first layer spiritual pedestal tier martial artists. With his cultivation, the 40th place even possessed 2-star battle prowess. The freakishness of Shinzhong Cheng could be imagined. Even Ling Han nodded. If it weren't for the demon birth sword and the thunder battle armor, he could at most annihilate a spiritual pedestal tier expert with his own battle prowess while relying on mysterious 3000. However, he was now at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, still some distance away from the 9th layer. When his and Shinzhong Cheng's cultivations would be the same, his battle prowess would definitely be more than spiritual pedestal tier's 2-star sit would be 4 stars, even 5 stars was possible. Conversely, did Shinzhong Cheng reveal all his trump cards? Like Ling Han, the demon birth sword was used at the most crucial moments, and maybe Shinzhong Cheng also had such a great killing tool? In any case, a warrior at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier being able to battle spiritual pedestal tier opponents was certainly freakish, and Shinzhong Cheng's current age was only 20. Even Ling Han wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Dare I ask young Master Shen, what sort of treasure is Heavenly Luck Stone? Someone asked daringly. Shen Zhongcheng's mark was his treasured sword. A white ribbon was tied to the sword sheath in a butterfly shape. He also wore a white robe all year long. However, since he ascended onto the prodigy role, more people mimicked his attire, so this person might not actually be the true white-robed sword king. Ling Han could be certain that he was Shen Zhongcheng because he felt the presence of an elite, like an unsheathed sword displaying his abilities to the full extent. Heavenly Luck Stone, a blessing of heaven and earth. Refining it into the body for martial artists at the spiritual pedestal tier and below means that the essence inside the stone will have a miraculous effect when breaking through a large tier. It will increase one's overall physique, and once advancing into the large tier, one's battle prowess can rocket 4 to 5 stars, Shen Zhongcheng said in a calm tone. Pooh, everyone spurted out. Normally, battle prowess surpassing 1 to 2 stars was already quite exceptional, and 3 to 4 stars was the level of geniuses, but Heavenly Luck Stone could directly grant 4 to 5 stars battle prowess. What sort of concept was this? Indeed a rare worldly treasure, no wonder it attracted so many figure on the prodigy roll. Young Master Shen also came for the Heavenly Luck Stone, right? Someone asked. Of course, young Master Shen is already at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, obviously suppressing his cultivation, planning on compacting his cultivation before breaking through. With the Heavenly Luck Stone on top of young Master Shen's talents, he could possess battle prowess above 10 stars at the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. However, Heavenly Luck Stone is so precious, not to mention the figures on the prodigy roll, even those who have already made a name for themselves would come. Moreover, Flower Blossom and spiritual infant tier elites would appear, seizing this opportunity for their descendants. If these elites appear, then the young generation will definitely have no game. Even the people on the prodigy roll added together would be helpless. Ling Han, however, thought about how the news on Heavenly Luck Stone spread. Such a precious thing, anyone would conceal it, so how did everyone end up as if the whole world knew? The answer was soon revealed. 10 days ago, a small scouting team entered the core area, discovering the Heavenly Luck Stone by chance. However, a powerful beast kept watch nearby, so they couldn't seize it, deciding that after they returned, they would recruit people again before moving out. However, this team was an army of malcontents, assembled only temporarily. Some became greedy, so 3 brothers from a clan poisoned and assassinated everyone else on the team. Other than one person who was poisoned, but he himself was a poison expert, having a degree of poison resistance abilities, he didn't die immediately and escaped to a stronghold, spreading the news before his death. Thus, the people in the entire Dark Demon Forest knew of the Heavenly Luck Stone, but as to where it was exactly, the poison person died before saying that, so people only knew that it was in the core area of the forest. Consequently, the news only spread amongst the people in the Dark Demon Forest. The various large sects didn't receive the news yet, but as time went on, it could be imagined that large amounts of elites would come. The Heavenly Luck Stone could create a heaven-defying expert for a sect. It was worthy of a sect elder taking action. Ling Han shook his head. First was the crimson-red chilling ice grass, next was the mysterious black stone, and now was the Heavenly Luck Stone. Was it destined that he wouldn't have peace on this trip? Shen Zhongcheng, never would I have thought to encounter you here. Come out to spar a bit. A voice resounded outside the tavern. Someone immediately extended his head to see, crying out, "It's Shadow Weaver Dual Sword Luoda." Shadow Weaver Dual Sword, the 42nd place on the prodigy roll? The difference is too great, right? No, that was the ranking a year ago. I heard that Luoda has already advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier and beat several famed experts at the 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. No wonder he dares to issue a challenge. Chapter 399, White-Robed Sword King. Reverie _ Shen Zhongcheng sat upright and still, and said indifferently, "I never spar with an already defeated opponent." Shen Zhongcheng, you're scared, right? Luoda's voice floated over from outside. Shen Zhongcheng picked up his wine bowl, took a sip, and said, I dislike people like you who don't know their own limits, so if you force me to fight, I definitely won't hold back. Huh, all the better, I want to see how your strength has improved, Luoda said, but his laughter was extremely gloomy, showing extreme displeasure. Shinzhongqing stood up, reached for the sword on the table, and walked with large strides out of the tavern. Hong, the crowd instantly surged out. This was a fierce fight between two figures that ranked towards the front. Who wouldn't want to witness it? Let's go check it out too, Ling Han said smilingly. Hunyo nodded. With one hand grabbing onto the corner of Ling Han's clothes while the other hand didn't forget to grab some dried meat to chew on, left the tavern together with Ling Han, leaving the stronghold and arriving at an open area outside. At this moment, Shinzhongqing was standing opposite of a 24 to 25-year-old youngster. That youngster's physique was tall and sturdy, probably taller than normal people by 2 heads, and instantly made Shinzhongqing look like a child. This person was obviously Luoda. Such a stalwart guy's choice of weapon was actually not the brute force type like a rod or an axe, but rather a sword as well, and it was 2 short swords, which were like embroidery needles when held in his hands. He looked extremely incongruous. However, no one laughed. Luoda was 42nd place on the prodigy roll, and that was definitely not earned by joking. Draw your sword, Luoda said loudly. If you can force me to draw my sword, I'll naturally draw it, Shinzhongqing said indifferently. Those words were pretty pretentious, yet the girls that watched the battle in the vicinity shot out smitten radiance from their eyes. Arrogant. Luoda attacked brandishing both short swords. Martial intent burst forth, forming white silk lines that convolved around Shinzhongqing. Ling Han couldn't help but nod. Luoda certainly was a spiritual pedestal tier elite. He just hadn't stabilized his cultivation at mid-stage of the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. These silk lines were concentrated from sword chi. He obviously cultivated a strange sword art that could actually turn sword chi into silk lines without it scattering, which was certainly somewhat impressive. Being able to be listed on the prodigy roll, could he even be a mediocre person? Shinzhongqing used his fingers as swords and shifted his feet, waving his fingers to unleash sword chi. Sword qi, was it called sword chi? That was because it needed a sword to compound the sharpness of a treasured sword before being used. However, when shot out with fingers, the sharpness would be largely decreased. Why wasn't fist chi sent out instead? That was because the power of fists was in the power of the strike, and not in effects of slicing, cutting, or dicing. Now, Shinzhongqing used his fingers as a sword, and the power of the sword chi was naturally much weakened. If the sword in his hand were a 4th tier or even a 5th tier spirit tool, then the effects would naturally lower even more. Everyone involuntarily cried out. Shinzhongqing was truly talented and bold, being clearly lower than Luoda by a large tier. He still dared to act so arrogant, not even drawing his weapon. However, Shinzhongqing wasn't wildly arrogant, but genuinely talented, moving his fingers as if playing a lute. Shio, 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 he fired flash after flash of sword chi, just enough to neutralize Luoda's attacks. The two, actually tied. However, Luoda was a large tier higher and using weapons. The 2 short swords were clearly spirit tools on which were shining vein-like lines. Under the situation of having such a large advantage, he could only tie with Shinzhongqing when in fact he already suffered an overwhelming defeat. Hunyo's eyes began to light up, staring at Shinzhongqing's figure and revealing a bellicose expression. Ling Han also somewhat itched to fight as he was also a sword user. As expected of the white-robed sword king, too strong. Being able to match Luoda, who is at the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier while himself being at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If he advances into the spiritual pedestal tier, his estimated battle prowess should rocket to 9 stars or even 10 stars. Yeah, there's still 4 months' time. Shinzhongqing can definitely advance into the spiritual pedestal tier. It'll be a good show at the year-end prodigy battle with yet another anomaly. Everyone nodded one after another, giving complete approval of Shinzhongqing's strength. Ah! Luoda roared, unable to accept such a result despite having clearly advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier. He had been assuming that he could rely on the advantage of a large tier to suppress the powerful opponent before him, but still ended up empty-handed. His eyes turned red as he decided to use a few trump cards. He definitely couldn't lose in public. Ha ha ha, are these the so-called experts on North Region's prodigy role? A youngster arrived in a streak. Hong, the presence of the spiritual pedestal tier overflowed without restraint, instantly suppressing everyone to the point of gasping for breath. Everyone was shocked. This youngster was only 24 to 25 years of age, yet he was a high-level spiritual pedestal tier warrior and definitely had shocking battle prowess. However, no one recognized his identity. Such a genius should be a well-known figure on the prodigy roll. Shinzhong Cheng and Luo De immediately stopped their fight, looking at the youngster simultaneously. Truly disappoints me, so weak that I can't bear to look. The youngster shook his head, disdain across his face. Trash like you guys have the nerve to rank on some prodigy roll? It really makes me laugh my head off. Who the hell are you? Luo De said in anger. This guy basically looked down on all 100 people on the prodigy roll. Me? The youngster leapt out, pressing his left hand towards Luo De while firing a fist toward Shinzhong Cheng. He actually challenged two outstanding figures on the prodigy roll at the same time. Luo De immediately slashed with his sword while Shinzhong Cheng hesitated. With a chang, his long sword was unsheathed. Shwa, shwa, shwa. 7 flashes of sword chi instantly struck towards the youngster. Pung! Pung! With 2 suppressed sounds, Luo De and Shinzhong Cheng were both sent back, dripping blood from their mouths and suffering a loss on this exchange. Hiss, everyone couldn't help but be dumbstruck. 1 against 2, fighting 2 prodigies, he not only won completely, but also injured the 2. His strength was truly shocking. Although high-level spiritual pedestal tier certainly should show such a performance, this youngster was only 24 to 25 years old. It could be said as very fair. No wonder he dared to act so arrogantly, he certainly was very monstrous. Who are you exactly? Luo De cried out in surprise. Shinzhong Cheng took off his bamboo hat and showed an average-looking face. However, his eyes were like dazzling stars, making people stare at them uncontrollably, unable to free themselves. His bellicosity soared through the sky as he was holding his long sword in front of him and emitting waves of a profound aura. Ling Han shook his head slightly. The tier was a shortcoming, but if Shinzhong Cheng advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, he would qualify to battle with that youngster. But now? He didn't. That youngster was at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and from this attack earlier, his battle prowess should be around 12 stars or 13 stars, not too freakish. However, to crush spiritual ocean tier warriors, the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier was more than enough. Chapter 400, Sword Emperor II? Reverie _ I am Tong Ji Ming, the youngster said loftily. Everyone racked their brains just where did Tong Ji Ming come from and how come they never heard of his name before. Such a genius should be renowned. Tong Ji Ming suddenly looked like he was listening attentively, then nodded and said, My family's master wants me to ask you guys if you know of Fairy Zhu's whereabouts. Pooh. Hearing those words, everyone spurted out, revealing an expression of disbelief. My family's master? A prodigy like this was only a servant? No way, a 24 to 25-year-old that was already a high-level spiritual pedestal tier elite would be the finest prodigy in the North region. How could he be a servant? Who's your family master? Someone asked with a quivering voice. Tong Ji Ming immediately glared at them and said, Who the hell are you? Are you even fit to ask for my family master's name? Don't forget, I'm the one asking you guys. Now tell me the whereabouts of Fairy Zhu. Humph. We aren't your servants, answering whatever you ask. Everyone was infuriated by his arrogant attitude, so no one was willing to cooperate. Looks like I'll have to kill a few idiots to warn you country bumpkins. Tong Ji Ming sneered, attacking brazenly. Pooh, piu, 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 his figure swept by and several heads were plucked right off, dancing in the air. The blood within the severed necks soared into the sky as the headless bodies pranced. The scene was as if from azure hell. Run! Run into the stronghold! Everyone instantly lost the will to fight, breaking into a run. Tong Ji Ming's murderous disposition erupted as he started chasing after their people into the stronghold, but a large hand immediately swatted at him as an aged voice said coldly, "You've gone too far." Peng, Tong Ji Ming was instantly sent backwards. "Which old bastard is it? Come out and I'll cut you up." Tong Ji Ming suffered a small loss, yet it further incited his viciousness. He took out an oddly shaped saber reminiscent of a lion from a spatial ring. Where did this junior come from, having such nerve? An old man appeared, standing atop the stronghold's wooden walls. "It's Senior Pai. This is great." Senior Pai is a veteran spiritual pedestal tier elite. It's said that he advanced into the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier 20 years ago. Although he couldn't cross into the flower blossom tier, with 20 years of continuous cultivation as honing, his battle prowess is definitely beyond 15 stars. He can definitely suppress that arrogant brat. With a new backbone, everyone was instantly reassured. "Ignorant old man, come over, let me cut off your head." Tong Ji Ming shouted, waving his saber towards the old man surnamed Pai. As the saber struck out, a golden lion appeared, emitting a frightening, ominous presence. One man and one lion attacked towards the senior surnamed Pai. That strange saber was a spirit tool, not only reaching 5th tier, but also harnessing astounding martial intent. The golden lion was more powerful than Tong Ji Ming himself. Tong Ji Ming's own battle prowess was only 13 stars and couldn't match the 15 stars battle prowess of the old man surnamed Pai. However, this golden lion reached the battle prowess of 16 stars, completely suppressing the old man. At this moment, the entire scene was silent, with only the continuous resonation of the two fiercely battling. Hiss! Even Senior Pai's 15 stars battle prowess was suppressed. If Tong Ji Ming were to attend the prodigy battle, wouldn't that mean he could take first place? This year, those like Yuan Luan who were 30 years old were automatically disqualified, and the highest-ranked Lu Yang was only at the 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier with 12 stars battle prowess. Even on top of his beast pet, it would still be impossible to rival Tong Ji Ming. What was going on? A random person that came out of nowhere had the strength to sweep across the entire prodigy role. Ling Han spread out his divine sense, finding another man. Tong Ji Ming's master, who apparently used a sound transmission technique to communicate with Tong Ji Ming. This meant that the master was nearby. There. Ling Han immediately determined the location, then opened Eye of Truth, finding a youngster at a treetop several hundred meters out. His entire body was enveloped by golden divine light, which was shaped like a sword. That youngster seemed to sense Ling Han's gaze, immediately focusing his eyes to look back at Ling Han. Wang, their gazes collided, and Ling Han instantly felt pain like being pierced by an exceptional treasured sword, causing him to hurriedly withdraw his gaze. However, a streak of tears of blood already dripped down. Sword Emperor! Ling Han cried out within, but immediately shook his head. It was impossible. Sword Emperor's appearance looked too different from that youngster's. There was, however, a striking resemblance between the two, because Sword Emperor was also enveloped by sword-shaped divine light. The difference was that Sword Emperor was infinitely more powerful. That person could be seen as the younger version Sword Emperor because he just crossed into the flower blossom tier. It was very shocking since that youngster was only 24 to 25 years old. A guess immediately welled within. That youngster was a disciple of the Heaven's Sword sect. That was why Tong Ji Ming looked down upon the prodigy role who wasn't from the north region at all. "Old Pai, let me help you." With a large roar, another spiritual pedestal tier old man appeared, joining hands with the old man surnamed Pai to battle Tong Ji Ming. "Senior Ma," everyone cried out again. The old man's surnamed Ma's strength was a whole lot stronger than the old man's surnamed Pai's, just enough to tie with the golden lion. In this way, Old Man Pai was liberated, and with full battle prowess unleashed, Tong Ji Ming was instantly suppressed. With only a few moves, Tong Ji-ming was perilously close to death, backed up against the wall time and time again. Although he escaped, several wounds were left on his body. Wang, at this moment, a terrifying oppressive presence transmitted over. A man treaded through the sky, each step clearly extremely casual and yet 100 meters long. He instantly arrived above the battle. With each step, a sword pattern blossomed underneath his feet, evolving into several thousands of divine swords, making people terrified. Strolling in the sky, the flower blossom tier. Instantly, they all lifted their heads to look at the sky, revealing an expression of reverence. Flower blossom tier warriors were like gods on this land. However, when they saw the appearance of the person in the sky, they were all dumbstruck. How could the person be so young? A 24 to 25 years old person at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier could already be crowned the best in North region, and now a 24 to 25-year-old elite of the flower blossom tier appeared. This was too ridiculous, right? Master. Tong Ji-ming immediately knelt down, paying respect to the youngster in the sky. Hearing this, everyone shuddered within, exclaiming that this was as expected. No wonder a genius like Tong Ji-ming would be someone's servant. This youngster was even stronger, unimaginably strong. The youngster in the sky frowned and said, "It's only asking a question, why was it so difficult?" "Master, these two old guys won't cooperate." Tong Ji-ming hurriedly answered. "Since that's so, die." That youngster extended one finger and 10,000 rays of sword light instantly surged. Poo, piu, 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 infinite rays of sword light instantly drowned the two old men, and not even a corpse remained. Everyone was aghast. This youngster's murderous disposition was way too great. Chapter 401, Untended Willow. Reverie _ Ling Han's eyes focused. The technique the youngster used just now was the mysterious 3000. However, the youngster advanced into the flower blossom tier, so a casual attack had supreme might, killing two at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tiers instantly. Therefore, from this attack alone, the youngster's aptitude on the mysterious 3000 couldn't be perceived at all. This also best demonstrated a sword user's strength in the path of the sword. The mysterious 3000 was driven by sword chi, and the more sword chi one cultivated, the more rays of sword light were fired out and the stronger it was. In the sky, the youngster said indifferently, "Now, will someone answer my question?" I'll say, Fairy Zhu should have headed towards the depth of the forest. First, to search for crimson-red chilling ice grass, and second, she might contend for the heavenly luck stone, someone hurriedly said in quavering voice. The youngster revealed a smile and said, "The heavenly luck stone?" Xian Er is only at the spiritual pedestal tier. Refining a heavenly luck stone would be of great benefit to her when she breaks through to the flower blossom tier in the future. He paused, and then went on, "Ji-ming, if I obtain the heavenly luck stone and gift it to Xian Er, would she be very happy?" Ji-ming revealed an envious expression. The heavenly luck stone, for martial artists below the flower blossom tier, it was the most precious treasure. He was now at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. If he could use a heavenly luck stone. TSK. However, he immediately forgot such envy and said respectfully, "Fairy Zhu would definitely be extremely happy." Ha ha ha. The youngster laughed loudly. "Alright, then I'll make an exception and play with the people here." With that said, he turned to leave, each step equaling one sword pattern like a resplendent blossoming flower. Tong Ji-ming sneered at the people all around and hurriedly followed. Although he couldn't fly, a spiritual pedestal tier elite speed wasn't slow. He passed through on the treetops, following behind that youngster. Until this moment, everyone sighed in relief. Many people even slumped down onto the ground, drenched in sweat. However, not everyone was shocked to point of losing the will to fight. Shen Zhongqing stared at the place where that youngster disappeared, clenching his sword tightly with his right hand and revealing an undying will to battle. Ling Han was also no different as the battle intent inside him burned. That youngster was comparable to Sword Emperor back in those years. Unfortunately, he was focused on alchemy in the previous life and only pursued tier improvement on martial arts, never contending with the 6 heaven-tier monarchs. However, in this lifetime, his regrets could be made up, and that youngster's talent or comprehension on the sword path was extremely surprising, just like a second sword emperor. Contending to be the best with such a prodigy, Ling Han was filled with fighting spirit. "I know who that person is," someone suddenly cried out. "I once heard that an elite from the Heaven's Sword sect traveled to North region for pleasure and fell in love at first sight with Fairy Zhu, even having the intention to invite her to the Heaven's Sword sect. That's the man. The world's second best sword, Yao Huiyu." As those words dropped, it instantly brought on repeated cries of surprise. Who was this person, daring to proclaim himself as the world's second best sword? Didn't he fear eating his own words? Yao Huiyu was certainly strong as a flower blossom tier at this age segment was absolutely unattainable, but to say, the world's second? This was truly brazen. There were plenty of sword users in the world, and would the spiritual infant tier and the deity transformation tier sword users be inferior to him? It said that Yao Huiyu had thought of claiming to be the world's first sword, but to show respect to the older seniors of the Heaven Sword sect, he stepped back to claim second. Hiss, world second, that's called modest. However, already being a flower blossom tier elite only in his 20s, this world second at his age segment should be fully worthy. My God, are our martial arts standards so greatly different from that of Middle States? Everyone says that Middle State is the holy land of martial arts, not wrong at all. Everyone exclaimed. They had been foolishly conceited before, only after seeing a true experted genius did they realize that the world was far vaster than they'd imagined. However, 2 9th-layer spiritual pedestal tier elites were annihilated, so this stronghold was no longer safe and could be destroyed instantly by a spiritual pedestal tier beast's assault. Therefore, everyone went their own way, either harvesting medicine and capturing beasts or heading to other strongholds. Ling Han also headed towards the core area of the forest. He exclaimed, thinking that his cultivation advancement was fast enough, but when compared to Yao Huiyu, his speed might not be slow, yet it couldn't be said as much faster. After all, a millennia-old sect such as the Heaven Sword sect, could the abundance of their cultivation resources be compared to what normal forces have? If they focused on a few genius disciples, then Yao Huiyu and other prodigies' cultivation progress naturally wouldn't be slower than Ling Han's. However, after crossing into the flower blossom tier, the spirit medicines above 6th tier were pathetically meager, such that even a large sect like the Heaven Sword sect would feel that they were poor, not being able to speed up fostering of the sect's pupils at all. Ling Han didn't need to feel inferior. How long has it been since he started cultivating? 1 year and a teeny bit, rocketing from the 2nd layer of the body refining tier to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Could Yao Huiyu compare to such advancement speed back then? After all, Ling Han never needed to worry about tier comprehension. However, now that Yao Huiyu, Ao Feng, and others have appeared, the difficulty in obtaining the crimson red chilling ice grass and heavenly luck stone has increased quite a bit. Ling Han stroked his chin. These 2 things were something he was determined to get, but from the looks of it now, it was beset with difficulties. Ling Han. Hunyao suddenly ran towards a location. Ling Han followed, only to find that Hunyao stopped at the side of a plant. This plant was pure red, as if burning. What, fiery sun grass? Ling Han was shocked. This was truly a case of an untended willow. He came to the dark demon forest this time for something other than he fiery sun grass, but he actually just came upon it along the way. What kind of luck was this? No, it wasn't that he was lucky, but Hunyao seemed to have the ability to find medicinal ingredients. This was pretty good. His chances of obtaining crimson red chilling ice grass were a bit greater. As long as he obtained it first and hid inside the black tower right away, it wouldn't matter which sword you were in the world, nothing would work. Since he encountered it, then he naturally wouldn't leave it. Ling Han dug up the fiery sun grass by the roots, planning to transplant it into the black tower. These spirit medicines had to grow for 100 years to blossom and have seeds, but inside the black tower, it took only 1 month to complete the entire process. Thus, harvesting 1 fiery sun grass meant that after a few months, this spirit medicine would grow like white cabbage. In case I really return to the Winter Moon sect, I can report on fulfilling my duty. Ling Han smiled, but immediately straightened up, feeling an intense sense of danger. As expected of the person who destroyed the stronghold at Sea Gust City. An old man's voice came from behind. It was like the friction of metals, making people pain to the point of wanting to cover their ears. Ling Han turned around slowly, only to see an emaciated old man standing behind him silently, holding a red crutch and hunchbacked, looking old and shaky. Elder Nine Clouds, right? He revealed a smile. Do you flower blossom tier cultivators have the habit of being like ghosts, appearing behind other people soundlessly? Are you not worried about frightening them? Chapter 402, Elder Nine Clouds. Reverie _ Youngster, you've got some real nerve. The old man was precisely Elder Nine Clouds. He had been pursuing Ling Han's whereabouts and ran to the extreme Yang city not long ago. However, he then found out that Ling Han went to the Dark Demon Forest, so he chased him over here. Thankfully, he finally found Ling Han. "Ha, your face." Elder Nine Clouds stared at Ling Han, and very soon revealed an angered look. "So, the one who destroyed our sect's great plan at the Fallen Moon Gorge was also you?" Ling Han clapped and said, "Correct, but no rewards." "Geezer, what methods did you guys use to find me?" "Humph, you entered the large tomb and was tainted by dead spirits' chi, which won't disappear in half a year. Those who cultivate corpse chi can easily find you out." Elder Nine Clouds unexpectedly didn't keep Ling Han on tenterhooks and just revealed it. As he saw it, Ling Han was already a corpse soldier, so he naturally wouldn't mind speaking a bit more. The flower blossom tier against the spiritual ocean tier, the only possible result was absolute subjugation. So that's how it was, Ling Han suddenly realized. No wonder Duan Jingji could always catch up, and now he was targeted by an old monster. Hand over that spatial spirit tool that can accommodate living things. This old man can be gentler, letting you die more wholly, Elder Nine Clouds said indifferently. Thoughts flashed across Ling Han's mind. How did this old man know that he had a spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living things? He only used it in front of Duan Jingji, and Duan Jingji already died. Could it be? How cruel, refining even your own men into corpse soldiers, he immediately said. Gaga, contributing somewhat for the sect even after death. Isn't that how it ought to be? Elder Nine Clouds smiled. Don't play any tricks in front of this old man. This old man has already lived for almost 200 years, no small tricks can escape this old man's eyes. Ling Han first put Hunyou into the Black Tower, taking care of any other worries. As expected. Despite Elder Nine Clouds having seen this in Duan Jingji's memories, it was still extremely shocking. Such a treasure was truly too rare. If this spatial spirit tool's capacity was large enough, then this was supreme treasure for the Hausen Corpse sect, even surpassing 10th tier spirit tools in worth. Don't get all excited, it's got nothing to do with you. Ling Han sneered. Youngster, you can't run. Once you move, this old man will immediately stop you. With this old man's flower blossom tier strength, it's as easy as the turn of a palm. So, don't struggle in vain and quickly hand over the spirit tool. Elder Nine Clouds snorted. Hand over your old mom. Ling Han cursed, unleashing the demon birth sword and striking out right away. Xiao, sword chi assailed the old man like a dragon. Huh. Elder Nine Clouds' eyes immediately lit up. What tier is this spirit tool that even this old man feels a shred of fear? This is dog beheading sword, Ling Han said smilingly. Insolent boy, how dare you joke with this old man? Elder Nine Clouds was infuriated, no longer having any patience and reaching out with his palm to swat towards Ling Han. Don't you want the spirit tool? Come get it. Ling Han laughed loudly, entering the Black Tower. Hong, Elder Nine Clouds' palm instantly hit nothing. How's it possible? Elder Nine Clouds stared wide-eyed. To enter a spatial spirit tool, it definitely wasn't instantaneous. With his flower blossom tier strength, he should completely be able to grab Ling Han in that instant. This was just like storing an item in a spatial ring. With flower blossom tier's strength, seizing the stored item was completely possible. Elder Nine Clouds naturally had experience, which was why he was so confident. However, reality slapped him heavily in the face. Looks like the rarity of this spirit tool is above this old man's anticipations. If I can obtain it for the sect, it'll definitely be substantially beneficial, but as to how to get this treasure also becomes difficult. However, spirit tools can't fly away without a trace, and if this old man refines all of the nearby areas, I won't believe that the treasure wouldn't be refined to appear. The old man immediately got into action, digging 3 feet deep and then refining everything with supreme mystical power. Martial intent ascended, easily annihilating soil and turning it into fine granules imperceptible to the eye. However, he was disappointed. After he refined all the nearby soil into fine ash, he still was unable to find anything suspicious. Inside the Black Tower, Small Tower shook lightly in disdain and said, "A mere flower blossom tier warrior wants to find a mustard seed micron, such foolish exaggerated hopes." Ling Han was curious and asked, "Then how strong does an elite have to be to find it?" "At least in this realm, no one can do it," Small Tower said very assuredly. Ling Han nodded, remembering what Small Tower once sighed. If the Black Tower fully unleashed its power, it could destroy the entire vast land here. How could trash, like Shattering Void tier warriors possibly find such a grand kick-ass treasure? With nothing to do, he took out the black stone and tempered his soul spirit. Disordered thoughts of chaos arose as Ling Han stably guarded his mind, fending against it and improving the power of his divine sense. When Ling Han's spirit power was exhausted, he felt a clear improvement in the durability of his divine sense. Although it was now terribly fatigued, it was filled with tenacity, and was even more solidified. Sensing once again outside, there was already no trace of Elder Nine Clouds. He was probably hiding somewhere, waiting for him to appear on his own. Ling Han smiled and had a sumptuous meal with Hunyo before leaving the Black Tower. Looking at the place, it was already 5,000 meters away from where they were. Black Tower turns into dust, moving with the wind, so it's naturally far away from the original place, Small Tower said. Ling Han nodded. Originally, the Black Tower wouldn't float randomly, but Elder Nine Clouds dug 3 feet deep as the dust flew upward. Black Tower naturally danced along with the wind, leaving far from the original place. Presumably, Elder Nine Clouds should still be guarding the original place, staring with concentrated attention. "Ha, good luck to thee," Ling Han said inwardly and walked off swaggeringly. After another day, he arrived at the second ring of the forest. This was the last place where strongholds were. Further ahead was the core area of the forest, where terrifying demonic chi bred and influenced the living things inside the forest to crazily thirst for blood. When martial artists stayed there for long, their temperament would change drastically, turning them into monsters that knew only of slaughter. Ling Han didn't rest here and advanced directly, entering the last area. He was very careful. From here on out, flower blossom tier beasts would appear. That was no joke. Without advancing for long, he encountered the assault of 3 beasts. One was at the spiritual pedestal tier, and the other 2 were at the spiritual ocean tier. They were not at all afraid, launching their attacks at Ling Han and Hunyo. Ling Han took a while to annihilate the spiritual pedestal tier beast. He captured a spiritual ocean tier beast alive, then brought it into the Black Tower after knocking it out and studied it quite a bit. The result greatly surprised him. He didn't find anything like the demonic chi. These beasts should have been imperceptibly influenced by the chaos intent of the black stone, becoming more bloodthirsty instinctively. In other words, the living creatures here were completely crazy. Chapter 403, Spirit Grass Appears. Reverie _ Ling Han exited the Black Tower and walked inside the forest. Venturing deeper with each step, he felt the chaos intent influencing him imperceptibly. If it weren't for his heaven-tier divine sense and him having a strong first impression of the chaos intent, he really might not have discovered it. He activated the Eye of Truth and saw black-colored demonic chi everywhere, rising from the ground in threads and strands 1,000 meters above the forest before disappearing. This demonic chi was very weak, far from being comparable to what Azura Demon Emperor had used to control him, but it was greater in amount, covering the entire core area of the forest. The demonic chi here couldn't control people, but it would cause a drastic change in temperament of living creatures. What did the black stone have to do with Azura Demon Emperor? According to reason, Azura Demon Emperor had already been suppressed for several millennia, but the Dark Demon Forest? He had never heard of it in his previous lifetime, so it should have appeared in the near millennia, meaning that the two shouldn't have any relationship. However, this might not be for certain. If the black stone appeared several millennia ago in the vast lands but was only buried deep underground, the demonic chi would never come to the surface. However, with the changes in the landscape, it was completely possible that the black stone would come to the surface. That'd explain the delay of several millennia. His own understanding of this world was still very, very little. Ling Han withdrew the Eye of Truth. Inside the black stone was Chaos Origin Source, which could repair the Black Tower. He had to get it. Advancing forward for a while, he suddenly felt a wave of heat rush over. Soon after, another wave of cold came pressing in, making his bones almost freeze. Wang, the Thunder Battle Armor was instantly activated, forming a barrier around him. Heat and cold intertwined? Found it. He hurriedly leapt out. Shoo, shoo, shoo. After several leaps, an extraordinary sight appeared in front of him. This was a vacant area of 30-meter radius, forming a perfect circle. Half of the land was fiery hot, with every single rock burnt red, while the other half was frozen by the cold. There wasn't a trace of an intermediate region, but clear opposites. At the center of this area, a rock bulged out, roughly half a meter tall, milky white, without a speck of dust. On top of this rock, an oddly shaped plant grew. It was 2 feet tall, and on the bottom of it was a foot of crimson like agate, but on top 1 foot was crystal clear like ice. It only had 2 leaves, one on the bottom crimson like fire, and one on top like an ice sculpture. Crimson red chilling ice grass. Ling Han recognized it at first glance and was overjoyed beyond all expectations. He never would have thought it would go so smoothly, finding crimson red chilling ice grass so quickly. He hurriedly walked forward, but only after a few steps, he felt a startling heat wave that even the Thunder Battle Armor couldn't block assault him. Moreover, he also became severely dizzy. Poison. He hurriedly retreated and took out a petal of golden flower of the stone, which was top-grade antidote. In a short while, the feeling of dizziness immediately disappeared. He moved the other end, wanting to enter through the icy glacial land. However, similarly, his blood began to freeze as the skin on his body began having traces of frost only after a few steps, making him feel severely nauseated. Poison again, but this time it was chilling poison. Ling Han took out and swallowed another golden flower of the stone, retreating to a safe distance. Cold and heat should be balanced, otherwise it wouldn't form a symmetrical circle and one side would definitely be stronger. Thus, he couldn't break through from the end of blazing flames, and evidently couldn't enter from the chilling end, either. No wonder this spirit grass could live for so long. He couldn't even get close, let alone harvest it. With the Thunder Battle Armor's defense, he could endure cold and heat at least at the spiritual pedestal tier in strength, but if it were Flower Blossom tier, then there was no way. Not that the Thunder Battle Armor was unimpressive, but his tier was too low, unable to fully unleash the power that the treasured armor should have. Such forces of cold and heat were probably very hard to withstand even for Flower Blossom tier warriors, which was the reason why this stalk of spirit grass could live to this day. Ling Han thought, if I use Black Tower's power boost, then I can make my cultivation reach the 5th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Then, if I activate the Thunder Battle Armor, should be able to obtain the defense of late-stage Flower Blossom tier. But, is such defense enough? He hesitated because there was only one chance to use the Black Tower's power boost. Although it was better used later, for his father, he naturally wouldn't mind using it now. The condition was being able to obtain the stalk of spirit grass. Someone's coming. He was slightly startled, sensing two presences speedily approach, one of them extremely strong. Xiao, xiao, two figures appeared one after the other. The one in front had revolving divine light all over that turned into sharp swords, extremely terrifying, as if it could tear apart heaven and earth. The world's second sword, Yao Huiyu. Behind him was Tong Ji Ming, with humbleness written all over his face. But when his gaze swept by Ling Han, he immediately revealed an arrogant look and said, "After seeing my master, hurry up, kneel down to pay respects." Ling Han sneered, and said, "I don't have your body full of lowly bones, kneeling at every turn." Impudence. Tong Ji Ming glared. This youngster was too arrogant, having only the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier cultivation. Wait, this youngster was at most 17 to 18 years old, and was already at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Even put in the middle state, it wouldn't be seen as weak. Strange, North region could actually foster such a talented person? Ji Ming. Yao Huiyu reached out to hold him back. He looked at Ling Han filled with interest and said, "I like proud people, but only those that truly have the capacity for arrogance. You're not bad. When I was your age, I was about the same cultivation. Master is too humble." Tong Ji Ming hurriedly said. Master was already 9th layer spiritual ocean tier at 17 years old and spent 1 year to solidify tier thereafter, fighting without meeting a match at spiritual ocean tier. Yao Huiyu smiled slightly, and said to Ling Han, "Youngster, cultivate diligently. I hope that one day you'll qualify to challenge me." Master. Tong Ji Ming cried out, never thinking that Yao Huiyu would think so highly of Ling Han. "I have a feeling, you might be a great rival in the future," Yao Huiyu said. Tong Ji Ming was even more shocked. This evaluation was too high, right? Since that was so, why not kill Ling Han earlier? "I look forward to your challenge," Yao Huiyu said, extremely boldly. This guy was really like Sword Emperor, arrogant and confident, unafraid to of all challenges. Ling Han laughed aloud, and said, "Then wait 2 years for me." 2 years? Tong Ji Ming almost fainted. 2 years to catch up with Yao Huiyu in tier? You've got to be dreaming. Ha 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 ha, interesting, meeting someone even more self-confident than I. However, I don't have much patience. I won't kill you this time, but the next time I see you, I'll definitely take your life. Yao Huiyu laughed boisterously. Definitely won't disappoint you, Ling Han said indifferently, not caring at all. Chapter 404, Initial Success on Formations. Reverie _ Yao Huiyu no longer paid attention to Ling Han. Honestly, with Ling Han, current strength, he really couldn't interest him to fight. Waving his hand could instantly kill Ling Han. He looked at the crimson-red chilling ice grass, taking large strides forward. He chose the flame area, and instantly, waves of flames rose from the ground, spurting towards him. Yao Huiyu brushed casually with his hands as flashes of sword chi shot out, annihilating all of the flames. However, as he approached the center with each step, the power of the flames were more violent and turned into a fire snake, convolving around him. Extinguish. Yao Huiyu used as his fingers as a sword. Xiao, 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 9 flashes of chi shot out in unison. Ling Han's gaze brightened. 9 flashes of sword chi. This was a person who possessed the most potent sword chi he had seen thus far. It was unknown whether this was Yao Huiyu's limit. If he reached 10 flashes of sword chi, then he qualified to form sword ray, stepping into the 2nd level of sword path. However, the limit of sword chi should be near 30 flashes. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't form sword rays hastily, but instead push the amount of flashes of sword chi to the limit and then form the rays. This way, the power of sword ray would be stronger. The power of 9 flashes of sword chi was shocking as expected. Although it was with fingers as a sword, it suppressed the fire snake completely. However, 3 more fire snakes gushed out, assaulting towards Yao Huiyu. Now, even the exceptional talent revealed a cautious expression, waving both hands as sword light instantly shocked the heavens. He used the mysterious 3,000. Yes, yes, yes. Ling Han watched and confirmed it with his own sword technique, instantly feeling like he benefited profoundly. After all, the Heaven's Sword sect passed down this sword technique and Yao Huiyu could receive the devoted guidance of elites within the sect, but Ling Han could only fumble on his own. The difference was too great. There were some subtle changes which Ling Han praised inwardly as he kept becoming enlightened on why and how things were. Although Yao Huiyu was a talented swordsman, this land of fire was surely terrifying as endless flames swept over, forcing him to draw his sword. Ding! A cold ray of sword light, dazzling heaven and earth. The fire snake was once again suppressed, but the fiercer the suppression, the fiercer the backlash. More fire snakes scuttled out as if they were inextinguishable. Yao Huiyu is very strong, Ling Han said inwardly. This person's tier was only at the first layer of the flower blossom tier, but his battle prowess was at least 10 stars and easily surpassed 9 stars. Moreover, this obviously couldn't possibly be Yao Huiyu's full strength. Yao Huiyu was still advancing, but turned slower and slower, finally stopping 2 meters from the crimson-red chilling ice grass. It seemed he was a few steps away from being able to harvest the spirit medicine, but because of the difference of these few steps, it was so close yet worlds apart. At last, Yao Huiyu could only retreat without choice. Ling Han assessed it. Apparently only the defense of the peak stage of the flower blossom tier could get close to that spirit medicine. So, he definitely had to improve his cultivation to the 9th layer spiritual ocean tier and then use Black Tower's power boost, then he would have 70% certainty. It was enough. He took out another petal of golden flower of the stone, threw it towards Yao Huiyu, and said, "The fire and ice are both strangely poisonous. This is golden flower of the stone, it detoxifies." Yao Huiyu caught it, shoving it in his mouth without thinking. Tong Ji-ming was just about to shout out, "Master," but Yao Huiyu had already swallowed it, nodding towards Ling Han in gratitude. Ling Han smiled and turned to leave. His current cultivation was still a bit weak, and staying here had no meaning. It would be better to first find the heavenly luck stone and return when he'd reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which would roughly take 3 months. In the following few days, he wandered all over, searching for the whereabouts of the heavenly luck stone, but had no results. Instead, he encountered a flower blossom tier beast and was chased closely, hiding inside the Black Tower in the end. Flower blossom tier opponents were too strong. Even if he had 10th tier spirit tool at hand, he wasn't qualified to fight them. Other people couldn't stay in this area for long, spending at most 10 days before they had to leave. They had to at least retreat to the second ring, dispelling the chaotic evil thoughts before re-entering the core area. However, Ling Han was unafraid of them entering Black Tower once. He could expel all the violent chaotic thoughts inside. Moreover, after he kept enduring and toughening his divine sense with the black stone, he gained a considerable immunity to such assaults of chaos. In a flash, 1 month's time had already passed as more and more elites entered this area. The news of the heavenly luck stone had already spread. Perhaps spiritual infant tier elites would be enthused, seizing this chance for their own descendants or inheritors. Ling Han's cultivation advanced into the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and reached the late stage, not too far from breaking through to the 7th layer. This was within his expectations, but what made him exulted was that he had a breakthrough in formations. He successfully carved 15 formation patterns on a rock. Not only was it without a teeny bit of error, but also was it without pauses. Perfect. After carving different formation patterns on 7 stone rods, he sprayed them off-handedly, but it fanned out orderly into 7 positions. Instantly, each formation pattern lit up, drawing the power of heaven and earth in a miraculous way through the 7 stone rods. A spirit snake was forming, but as it had just started, the 7 stone rods exploded into pieces and the formation immediately crumbled. It couldn't be helped. These were only normal stones. How could they possibly bear the power of heaven and earth drawn by a 4th tier formation? Not to mention 4th tier, even 2nd tier and 3rd tier where a no-gothi would only be able to bear a formation at the 1st tier. Ling Han carved on rocks, not wanting to waste the purple patterned gold he had bought. 5th tier rare gold naturally shouldn't be wasted, and fortunately, it weren't 6th tier, otherwise, he might not even be able to buy it even if he were willing to put up a large amount of 3-star origin crystals. Worldly treasures were extremely rare. He returned inside the Black Tower, starting to carve on the purple patterned gold. Small heavenly origin spirit snake formation needs 7 formations eyes. In reality, if I can carve 180 basic 4th tier water type formations eyes, I can set up all 4th tier water type formations. However, formations are truly boundless. If I wanted to set up all formations, how much formations eye would be needed? The cost of the materials alone would make a heaven tier elite go broke. I only grasped small heavenly origin spirit snake formation. If I obtain more formations in the future, I'll think about the cost of the materials then. Moreover, there might be formation eyes passed down from the ancient times, and I only need to refine them to set the formation up. He focused all his attention and began to carve formation patterns on purple patterned gold. Inside the Black Tower, he didn't need to worry about the lack of strength, unable to carve formation patterns on 5th tier rare gold. This was a huge advantage, virtually decreasing the amount of possible errors. Every formation pattern was very complex. Ling Han wasn't fast, but his hands were quite stable, without the slightest pause or delay. After 1 hour, the first formation eye was completed. When he stopped, he instantly felt like his brain was emptied. This was due to expending too much power of the divine sense. Chapter 405, Attracting Hatred Again. Reverie _ Ling Han no longer made formation eyes. Carving formation patterns consumed a surprising amount of soul power. Even if he was now at the late stage of spiritual ocean tier, he still felt there wasn't enough soul power to use. He exited the Black Tower, strolling and continuing to search for the whereabouts of the heavenly luck stone. He waited until his mental spirit recovered fully, and then continued to make the second formation's eye. In this way, he spent a whole another 7 days to create all 7 formations eyes, and his cultivation also reached peak stage of 6th layer spiritual ocean tier. Maybe tonight or tomorrow would be able to break through. Originally, formations eyes needed to be refined by divine sense, branding one's own consciousness in order to use it. However, the 7 formations eyes were originally carved by Ling Han, leaving his will behind during the creation process, so he didn't need to go out of his way to refine it again. He waved his right hand and paw, 7 formations eyes appeared one after another around him as 7 virtual images also appeared in his consciousness, corresponding to each one of them. Even the formation patterns were exactly alike. Wang, inside his consciousness, the formation patterns on every formation's eyes began to light up. Each of the 105 formation patterns send out 104 light beams, linking the other formation patterns together and forming a miraculous veined pattern. Hong, around him, 7 of the real formation's eyes were also immediately activated. Like in his consciousness, the formation patterns lit up, linking together and forming a formation. The power of heaven and earth collected, swiftly solidifying into a spirit snake that was snow white all over and emitting a shockingly imposing presence. In an instant, this spirit snake was fully formed. It was over 30 meters long, coiling around in the sky above the formation like a divine dragon. With Ling Han's thought, this spirit snake also began to operate perfectly at his command, just as he pleased. All of this was because he had a small heavenly origin spirit snake formation in his consciousness that communicated with the 7 formation's eyes. Once the power of his divine sense was exhausted, this formation would either disappear on its own or the spirit snake would get out of control. Fortunately, while branding formation patterns expended a great deal of divine sense, the expenditure of maintaining a formation was much smaller. Based on Ling Han's estimates, he was completely capable of operating it for 1 entire day. Go! Ling Han lightly shouted, and the snake spirit instantly rose up like a flood dragon, ramming everything in its path, shattering large trees and rocks from time to time and at other times wrapping him up and forming a defense. Exploring for half an hour, Ling Han knew the effects and limitations of this formation inside out. The spirit snake could attack and defend like a beast pet, advancing to harm enemies or retreating to guard. However, there was a condition that it couldn't leave for more than 30 meters from the formation. This was a shortcoming, but it could also be solved easily simply by moving the formation as one moved. So, this flaw wasn't fatal. The natural enemy of formations was the environment. Small heavenly origin spirit snake formation was a water-type formation, so the spirit chi it drew was also of the water element. When at a place with thinner water spirit chi, the power of the formation would decrease greatly. At a place where all spirit chi was thin, changing to other formations would also have no use at all. Why did formations have to borrow the power of heaven and earth? Without the power of heaven and earth to borrow, it'd definitely be ruined. Try one last move, Ling Han shouted loudly and said, "Spirit snake enter." Xiao, the 30-meter-long spirit snake merged into his chest, disappearing, but Ling Han's presence immediately grew drastically, reaching the level of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Formation spirit entering the body can increase battle prowess, and the higher one's normal battle prowess, the greater the extent of the increase. For instance, in case of someone who has 1-star battle prowess, if the battle prowess of the formation is 10 stars, then one would have 10 stars battle prowess. However, in case of someone who has 10 stars battle prowess, merging with a 10 stars formation will lead to the two overlapping, so having 12 stars or 13 stars battle prowess would be pretty decent. This is the same as spirit tools. People with low battle prowess that use it would be like sending coal in the snow, but it was superfluous for people with strong battle prowess. The effects are completely different. Now, with formations, how many stars can my battle prowess reach? Ling Han scratched his head. It really was hard to measure, because he never even reached 20 stars battle prowess even while overdosing on pills in his previous lifetime. He really was unclear on how to evaluate battle prowess above this. Whatever, all I need to know is that I'm strong enough. Ling Han stored the 7 purple patterned gold rods. The higher grade the materials used for formation's eyes not only could withstand the rampant power of heaven and earth, but also could fend against others destroying the formation using brute force or weapons. Otherwise, if the formation's eye was destroyed, the formation would also be broken. He walked around randomly, thinking that although there weren't any gains temporarily, with 2 more months, he would advance into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He could at least retrieve crimson red chilling ice grass, which was the main purpose of his trip. No matter the black stone or the heavenly luck stone, those were just flowers added to embroidery. After walking a while, he heard light footsteps from behind. Very soon, 2 people walked out from the forest one after the other. The one in front was a girl in full white clothes and concealed by a white veil, but obviously pretty and nearing perfection. Zhu Xian Air. Behind her was a youngster, but it wasn't Yao Huiyu. If Yao Huiyu truly appeared here, with his haughtiness, he would definitely walk alongside Zhu Xian couldn't possibly follow behind someone. It was Luo De. Lady Zhu, Ling Han greeted. Zhu Xian knit her willowy brows slightly. She knew Ling Han also came for crimson red chilling ice grass and this made her extremely displeased, but the spirit medicines in the world didn't have a label to show who owned them. Would she chase Ling Han away then? Moreover, she hadn't the right. Therefore, she only bowed to greet Ling Han, and then walked off showily. Luo De stared coldly at Ling Han as he had never seen Zhu Xian treat a man so modestly, making him burn with jealousy and wanting to kill someone right away. He met Zhu Xian by coincidence and immediately followed by the goddess's side, but Zhu Xian couldn't find crimson red chilling ice grass all this time. She was in an extremely foul mood, and had no mood to talk nonsense with him, making him that he received a cold treatment. First, Zhu Xian was as noble as a goddess, and second, her strength was way above his. Even if he tried to fight, he wouldn't beat her. Nonetheless, Zhu Xian treated him coldly, but bowed to pay respect towards a youngster. Once comparing the two, how could he not be infuriated? Zhu Xian disappeared quickly, and Luo De followed, but in a short while, Ling Han heard footsteps from behind. He turned to look and saw Luo De was quickly chasing after him. "Boy, stop!" Luo De shouted loudly. Ling Han didn't stop moving, pretending not to hear. Xiao, Luo De leapt out and landed in front of Ling Han, blocking his path, and said furiously, "You deaf, didn't you hear me? Oh, so you were calling me, I'd thought it was a dog. Don't you say, you really look alike." Ling Han said smilingly. Luo De was temporarily startled, but soon became furious. This youngster dared to mock him? He said threateningly, "Are you tired of living?" Chapter 406, Fighting with a Twig. Reverie _ Good dogs don't block the road, get lost. Ling Han waved his hands. Ha! Ha! Luo De laughed grimly. The youngsters nowadays were the epitome of the ignorant knows not fear. Facing he who was a spiritual pedestal tier elite and on the prodigy roll, Ling Han still dared to be so arrogant. He snorted and said, "I won't argue with you for now. Say, how do you know Fairy Zhu?" After all was said, he was still bothered by Zhu Xian'er's attitude towards Ling Han. Exactly what was the relationship between the two that Zhu Xian'er would be respectful to Ling Han? "Oh, you're talking about Xian'er." Ling Han laughed mischievously and began to spout nonsense. "She's a daughter-in-law to be in my family, of course she has to pay respect when seeing me. My Zhu Xian'er really knows her 3 obediences and 4 virtues." Luo De was stunned by his nonsense, then came back to his senses and said, "Lies." Zhu Xian'er was a proud disciple of the Half-Moon sect, and couldn't possibly be some family's daughter-in-law to be. TSK, you even found that out, such high intelligence. Ling Han intentionally complimented. Luo De's face turned dark. This youngster dared to trick him like a monkey? Fire erupting from his eyes, he said, "If you still don't explain honestly, don't blame me for being merciless." He unleashed his spiritual pedestal tier presence, which came rolling at Ling Han. For a genius like him, a month's time was enough to change a lot. He completely stabilized his tier and pushed his cultivation to late stage of the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier 3 times the strength of when he battled Xinzhongcheng. He possessed unlimited improvement space, but no matter how much the 9th layer spiritual ocean tier warriors solidify their tiers, there was always a limit. The closer to that limit, the harder it was to improve, so in the same amount of time, his strength improvement definitely surpassed Xinzhongcheng. Battling Xinzhongcheng again, he had complete confidence in winning. Ling Han intentionally hugged his own shoulders and said, "Don't scare me, I'm easily frightened." "Huh, you certainly should be shocked, because you're facing Luo De of the prodigy role." Luo De said proudly, content with Ling Han's fear. Ling Han continued, "When I'm frightened, I go insane, like to punch people. Not sure how many people have been beaten and knelt on the ground, calling me grandpa." "You're not thinking of calling me grandpa, right?" The corner of Luo De's mouth twitched. He only felt that the youngster before him was truly caustic as he said balefully, "Your bad-mouthing is simply seeking your own death." Hey, you're scaring me again." Ling Han said smilingly. "I'm not scaring you, I'm really going to hit you." Luo De attacked, reaching out with his left hand. As martial intent circulated, Hong, brilliance burst forth as if he came stepping on divine red clouds with a formidable presence. Ling Han smiled slightly and formed a fist with his right hand. As Luo De was about to seize him, he abruptly threw out a punch. Pung! With a heavy sound, the two both fell several steps back. Ling Han was shocked and said, "I underestimated you a little, you're actually able to force me backwards." Sigh, one can't be too proud, this needs to be changed. T. Luo De was both shocked and furious. Those words were for him to say. He was a spiritual pedestal tier warrior and should have battle prowess completely suppressing Ling Han with his spiritual ocean tier, but in this exchange, while he didn't use full strength or arts, it was still an attack of a spiritual pedestal tier. The key was that Ling Han hadn't even reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, yet had such shocking battle prowess. He was almost like a second Xinzhongcheng, a true monster. On this term's prodigy role, this youngster was definitely a dark horse that was going to shine. Thinking so, Luo Da's murderous character instantly emboldened the prodigy role didn't need another freak to contend with him. Harboring killing intent towards me? Ling Han shook his head and said, well, originally, we had no grudges nor grievances and I would drop it after beating you up. But you've shown killing intent towards me, so I have no choice to kill you. That's called not getting taken advantage of. Kill me? Luo Da sneered. Even Shen Zhongqing definitely wouldn't rival him now, not to mention Ling Han wasn't even at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He brandished his sword, looking quite out of sorts as a brawny man like him held 2 short swords in hand. Ling Han casually waved and a twig landed in his hand. He said smilingly, I'll kill you with this twig. Luo Da was furious. Shen Zhongqing refused to draw his sword against him, and now Ling Han said he would use a twig to kill him. They were looking down on him completely. With strength comes the confidence. Ling Han laughed loudly, initiating the attack. With one sword strike, 7 flashes of sword chi broke out. 7 flashes of sword chi. Luo Da cried out, revealing an astounded expression. He only cultivated 6 flashes of sword chi. Die. Luo Da waved the dual swords. Threads of white silk intertwined, forming into something like a spider web. This was the mystical art he cultivated that could turn sword chi into a fish net. Once it retracted, its terrifying lethality would be explosively revealed. He had one less ray of sword chi, but he had a large tier's advantage and a spirit tool in hand, enough to make up for it. Piu, Ling Han's sword chi struck the fish net, instantly tearing open a hole, but at the cost of the former disappearing they were even. However, Luo Da's expression was getting worse and worse. He clearly had a large tier's advantage and spirit chi that was activated by a spirit tool, but even so, the quality of their sword chi turned out to be the same. One had to know that the quality of sword chi was decided by 3 points: one's own power, comprehension of the way of the sword, and the medium which the sword chi was unleashed from. He had an absolute advantage in power and medium, yet it was still a draw. It was clear just how great of a difference there was between their comprehension of the way of the sword. So, Ling Han said smilingly, raising his branch and slicing towards Luo Da. Under the instillment of origin power, the twig was also as solid as a metal sword. Arrogance and conceit only brings one's own destruction. Luo Da sneered, waving his sword as infinite threads intertwined, seeking to trap Ling Han inside it. Ling Han had no intention of being entangled. His expression turned stern and he exercised the mysterious 3000. Luo Da instantly felt a chill all over his body. The presence Ling Han emitted reminded him of Yao Huiyu. When Yao Huiyu simply raised a finger, sword intent reached the heavens, easily annihilating 2 9th-layer spiritual pedestal tier elites. 2 completely different people, but the presence they emitted was shockingly similar, making his legs go soft. Hung, 276 flashed of sword light rippled, shooting towards Luo Da. Luo Da clenched his teeth. Shwa, he waved his sword as he retreated, weaving a tight-knit web of sword chi in front of him. Piu, sword light stormed over and this large web instantly shattered. His weaving speed was far from comparable to the sword light's destructiveness. Although 10 flashes of sword light were lost, there were still over 200 that struck at him. Luo Da roared, blocking with all his strength. Sword light gushed over. Luo Da was covered with wounds, but he saved himself. After all, a twig set off these sword lights. Not only did it not reach the amount of 800, the lethality of it was weakened by a lot as well. Additionally, Luo Da was a spiritual pedestal tier elite after all, possessing elite battle prowess. So, he scored a narrow escape in the end. Chapter 407, Battling Ding Yuan Xian. Reverie _ I actually didn't kill him? Ling Han was startled, then shook his head, loosening his grip as the twig turned into fine powder. That was just a normal twig and couldn't possibly endure his sword intent. Once the origin power dispersed, it naturally crumbled. Luo De looked overwhelmed with shock at Ling Han. Was this youngster a monster? He was only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but his battle prowess was stronger than Shinzhong Cheng's, almost annihilating him with a twig used as a sword. Ling Han stroked his chin and said, "What to do? I said to use a twig, but I couldn't kill the man. Now that's awkward." Luo Da's teeth chattered, but his expression was resolute as he said, "Kill me if you want, don't humiliate me." Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "Surely a figure of the prodigy role, at least you have some guts. Alright, if you want to die so badly, I'll have to fulfill your wish." Luo Da's face twitched involuntarily. Could Ling Han have had the thought of letting him go, but was his unyieldingness going to make him lose his life? The price of this unyieldingness was too great. Ling Han's expression suddenly turned stern. Lifting his head and looking at the sky, he said, "Since lordship has come, there's no need to stay hidden. Hee, just passing by and watching the fun." A middle-aged man in his 30s leapt off the top of a tree, his body lanky, but still emitting a charming demeanor even in his 30s. The 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han evaluated him in his mind. If he were unarmed, his battle prowess would be about 2 stars spiritual pedestal tier. Using the mysterious 3000 could upgrade his battle prowess to 3 stars, and on top of the 2 spirit tools, he could reach 7 stars, and then with addition of the formation, his limit could match spiritual pedestal tier's 9 stars. This was extremely shocking, as he was now only at the 7th layer spiritual ocean tier. Battle prowess that crossed an entire large tier, this was truly going to be nature-defying. Of course, taking Black Tower's power boost into account. Never mind, this wasn't normal battle prowess and could only be used once every tier. However, he was freakish, but his opponent could also be freakish. A 9th layer spiritual pedestal tier elite didn't necessarily only have 9 stars battle prowess. It could be 10 stars, and maybe 15 stars, or even 20 stars, who knew? "What is your lordship called?" Ling Han said smilingly. "Surnamed Ding, and named Yuan Xian," the middle-aged man said smilingly. As his gaze swept by Ling Han, a baleful presence was emitted. Ding Yuan Xian? Ding Gao Yang's older brother, a figure on the last term's prodigy roll, and not ranked low at all. Now, Ling Han was immediately certain that the opponent's battle prowess was definitely not just 9 stars. Without the ability to fight beyond one's tier, could one ascend onto the prodigy roll? No way, one had to have at least battle prowess surpassing 5 stars. Ling Han let out an "oh" and said, "I might have heard of one called Ding Gao Yang, you know him?" "That's my brother," Ding Yuan Xian said. "Then I'm truly sorry, I butchered him." Ling Han shrugged his shoulders. "I know, so I've come to kill you." Ding Yuan Xian said calmly, but his tone emitted an extreme coldness. Ling Han stroked his chin and said, "You sure you can kill me? You certainly are extraordinary, being only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier but having battle prowess that broke through spiritual ocean tier's limit, reaching spiritual pedestal tier 2 stars, and even 3 stars. But that's all that it is. I am at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier and my battle prowess can reach 15 stars, how can you resist?" Ding Yuan Xian said indifferently, appearing extremely calm. "So what are you waiting for? Let me test out 15 stars spiritual pedestal tier battle prowess." Ling Han laughed loudly. "As you wish." Ding Yuan Xian snorted. His figure flashed and already cut to the front of Ling Han. A palm swatted towards Ling Han's forehead, and before the palm hit, origin power had already struck overwhelmingly, filled with terrifying destructive power. Ling Han's figure shot backwards. Wang, the thunder battle armor was already activated, forming a lightning barrier. The demon birth sword also appeared in his hand, and as he lit up 2 vein-like lines, he sliced with his sword and 7 flashes of sword chi waved. Pa! Under this attack, he was still sent flying. His palm, neck, and other areas revealed cracked skin and traces of blood. The spiritual pedestal tier 15 stars battle prowess was too terrifying, and he hadn't activated small heavenly origin spirit snake formation, so he was even less of a match. Ding Yuan Xian, however, revealed an astounded expression. Although he didn't give it his all in this attack, with his strength, a casual attack was at least 10 stars battle prowess. Yet it only shocked and cracked open Ling Han's skin. This was too ridiculous. Ling Han neglected it on the inside. If it weren't for the fact that he was still at the rock cliff body and hadn't yet advanced into the iron sheet body, the shock from such power wouldn't even be able to crack his skin. Only Luo De was frightened to the point of sweating bile. Ling Han was actually strong to such a degree, and he actually wanted to kill Ling Han. He truly had an exaggerated opinion his own abilities. The problem was, how could Ling Han be so strong? What spirit tool is that? Ding Yuan Xian stared at demon birth sword in Ling Han's hand. Just now, if he weren't intimidated by the sword, making his battle prowess drop by a whole lot, Ling Han definitely wouldn't have simply been sent flying. It wasn't only this sword, but the battle armor also had surprising defense. The two together gave Ling Han battle prowess that could match spiritual pedestal tier 10 stars battle prowess. You guess, Ling Han said smilingly. No matter if you don't say, after I seize it from you, it'll be mine. Ding Yuan said, filled with confidence. His battle prowess was as high as 15 stars, and Ling Han had difficulty in receiving a casual attack of his, so how could Ling Han fend against him at his full strength? Ling Han clapped and said smilingly, your imagination is quite rich. Whether it's imagination or reality, you'll know very soon. A hint of greed was revealed Ding Yuan Xian's eyes. The two spirit tools made his eyes red with desire. Whether it was to avenge his brother or to seize the two spirit tools, he had to annihilate Ling Han. Hong, he attacked, a palm striking out, moving the wind and clouds. The 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier was the limit that mortals could reach, so the might was naturally terrifying. His palm struck out as vein-like lines lit up one after another, and with a hong, boundless flames sprayed outwards, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. Ah! Luo De screamed tragically, hurriedly trying to frantically escape. He was only at the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so how could he defend against the might of the flames? On the thunder battle armor, vein-like lines wove closely and emitted ceaseless light of lightning, convolving around Ling Han and blocking the might of the flames. However, this was quite unbearable. His tier was still somewhat low and the power of lightning activated wasn't strong enough, unable to match the might of the flames. Ling Han struck with his sword, and as 7 flashes of sword chi danced, he circled around Ding Yuan Xian. Not enough. Ding Yuan Xian sneered. The advantage in his cultivation was too great, the difference couldn't be changed no matter what methods Ling Han used. Ling Han didn't respond and simply fought on. His left hand shook, unleashing the purple golden patterned rods, laying out small heavenly origin spirit snake formation. Instantly, a spirit snake appeared and entered his body, increasing his battle prowess furthermore. Formations? Ding Yuan Xian revealed a shocked expression. Never would have thought you're also a formation master. However, even if you've set a formation, you're still not my opponent at all. Peng, 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 the two battled fiercely, but without a doubt, it was one-sided. Ding Yuan Xian had the complete upper hand, and with only a few moves, signs of danger already surrounded Ling Han. This was also because he had the thunder battle armor, or else, he would have already died several times. Nevertheless, he was still riddled with scars, and in some places even wounded to the bone, affecting his battle prowess greatly. Chapter 408, The 8th Flash of Sword Chi. Reverie _ Battling till near exhaustion, Ling Han began to run. Ding Yuan Xian was obviously in hot pursuit. The two played out a flee and kill. Why didn't Ling Han hide in the Black Tower? That was because he didn't want to rely too much on the Black Tower. The Black Tower was certainly the most precious treasure for saving his life, but if Ling Han always treated it as an omnipotent trump card, then should he encounter an expert the Black Tower couldn't fend against, what would he do? This wasn't exaggerated at all, since the Black Tower was heavily damaged and there were plenty of elites in the world. Besides, forming the habit of hiding inside the Black Tower when faced with danger would make Ling Han lose unyieldingness and courage. To want to climb to the peak of martial arts, courage was definitely a trait that couldn't be lost. So Ling Han would rather lick the blood on his wounds and not hide inside the Black Tower. He was using Ding Yuan Xian to toughen himself, because he felt that the door to the 8th flash of sword chi would very soon open up to him. He was the type to be more resilient and have a stronger fighting spirit the greater the pressure, so Ding Yuan Xian was a good whetstone that could hone his sharp sword even sharper. Time and time again, Ling Han almost fell into the land of everlasting perdition, but activating the indestructible heaven scroll, each injury would be quickly recovered no matter how heavy it was, allowing him to keep circling around. Continuing for 7 days, Ling Han retreated whilst fighting. The most dangerous time was when an attack landed on his chest where the hole in the thunder battle armor was, making his heart almost explode. Fortunately, with a drop of the indestructible true fluid, he immediately recovered, but it also made him break out in cold sweat from fright. But lingering near the line of death this one time, Ling Han received enough realization, and as he struck his sword, 8 flashes of sword chi fired out. What? Ding Yuan Xian's eyes almost fell out. He clearly almost pierced through Ling Han's chest, and under the shock of origin power, Ling Han's organs should have exploded. However, Ling Han was not only completely fine, but also improved further, forming the 8 flash of sword chi. What a true freak. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Thanks. Thank your sister, ugh." He never had the intention of helping Ling Han's enlightenment. Ding Yuan Xian's expression turned stern as he said, "So what if you have 8 flashes of sword chi? This absolutely can't make up the difference in tier between you and I." "You're right, so I'm not going to play with you anymore." Ling Han leapt and wormed into the thick forest, and with a flash, he entered the Black Tower. He couldn't possibly defeat Ding Yuan Xian in the short term, and since he formed the 8 flash of sword chi, the mission was completed. There was naturally no need to keep tangling with the latter, still had to cultivate. Ding Yuan Xian chased to the point, but Ling Han's traces were already all gone, naturally making him bellow repeatedly in wrath. After chasing for 7 days and 7 nights, he still hadn't killed a small martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but instead let Ling Han form the 8 flash of sword kit was a direct slap to his face. "I'll definitely find you," Ding Yuan Xian said, a stern voice. "Your treasures are all mine." "Mine." Ling Han cultivated for a while in the Black Tower. These few days, he was either fighting or running, having no time to cultivate, but fighting was certainly the best method to improve. He found that his body was in a very special state. No matter spirit chi or origin power, both had an extremely good confluence. In this state, his cultivation's effectiveness could increase by 10-fold. This was extremely surprising since he hadn't cultivated for 7 days, but only used 1 day to make up for it. Moreover, the effectiveness was better by 3 to 4 times. No wonder Sword Emperor, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and the others were so bellicose in his former lifetime. After advancing into the Flower Blossom tier, the spirit medicines that could improve cultivation were extremely rare, and origin crystals were also the same, which deity transformation tier or heaven tier would be willing to refine large amounts of origin crystals for others to use? At most they were refining 1 or 2 pieces for their juniors, mainly to help them comprehend martial intent. Thus, nurturing through battling was the best choice. After all, there was only one exceptional alchemy emperor in Ling Han's lifetime, and no one could copy his path. Ling Han nodded. It looked like he'd have to find some strong opponents to fight in the future. Of course, they couldn't be too strong, or else he'd die once coming to grips with them. Then what more would there be to do? Ling Han had long been unable to see through Hu Nyo's cultivation. Only after fighting her did he know that the little girl improved to the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, lower than him by a tiny bit, yet with her momentum surpassing him. It was like waving a whip behind Ling Han's back, supervising and urging him not to relax for a moment, or else Hunyeo would surpass him. Being surpassed by a 5 to 6-year-old little girl would be quite embarrassing. Ling Han and Hunyeo left the tower, and after walking for a while, they bumped into the campsite of a party. There were 10 tents in front, and it just happened to be mealtime. 13 people surrounded the campfire and ate. Ha ha ha, guys, look, this youngster actually brought a little girl into the dark demon forest. Seeing the two of them, several of the people instantly began to make a fuss. Certainly, Hunyeo was indeed too small. Being able to walk here, this youngster must be a piece of work. Someone saw through even more. Isn't he just at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? Hiss, the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. A 7th layer spiritual ocean tier short of 20 years old was somewhat surprising. Youngster, you've come for the heavenly lucky stone too, right? Hee hee, several flower blossom tier elites have already appeared, even spiritual pedestal tier honest have no right to speak, let alone a small spiritual ocean tier. Running around recklessly like you do will only bring the disaster of death to yourself, said an old man at the 7th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han responded with an "oh," and said smilingly, "Senior, why say such a thing? Could it be that the dark demon forest now doesn't allow others to enter?" "It certainly is so." The old man nodded. The heavenly luck stone's value is extremely high. Although it has no use for flower blossom tier and spiritual infant tier elites, for those martial artists below, it's extremely precious as it can create a genius. Currently, spiritual infant tier elites haven't appeared, but many flower blossom tier ones have already come. A small character like you wandering randomly might just be swatted to death by someone. Youngster, join us Heavenly Silkworm Court just for these few days of work. It's 2 pieces of origin crystals each day, how about it? Ling Han pretended to be shocked and said, "Senior, I'm only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, what use could I be? Encountering flower blossom tier elites, I'm absolutely no match." The heavenly luck stone's location has already been determined, but everyone is worried about the beast that guards it. No one will attack rashly lest it gives others an advantage. However, this impasse won't continue for long, since everyone would definitely first form an alliance to kill that beast. At that time, the alliance would naturally break, and the stronger the group, the higher the possibility of seizing the heavenly luck stone by them. Even spiritual ocean tier warriors are powers not to be neglected, the old man explained. Ling Han laughed, what powers not to be neglected? This only sounded nice, but it was simply taking them as cannon fodder. Seeing the killing intent deep within the old man's eyes, Ling Han knew that if he shook his head in rejection, the old man would definitely attempt to kill him. Although he was unafraid, why not play with them for now? When he found the location of the heavenly luck stone, he'd just fish in troubled waters. Alright, he readily agreed. The old man also revealed a smile, smothering the killing intent instantly. Chapter 409, Golden Blood Demonic Ape. Reverie _ This was a team of Heavenly Silkworm Court, but only that old man truly belonged to the Heavenly Silkworm Court. His name was Zhuyu Dao. The others were like Ling Han, recruited along the way. Needless to say, they were completely a cannon fodder party. If they encountered a great battle, they would simply be putting out their lives. Some had anxiety in their eyes, evidently seeing the truth, but others were filled with joy earning 2 pieces of origin crystal per day. Where else would one find such a good job? However, if a great battle broke out between the large forces, the people here would probably all die, so why would the Heavenly Silkworm sect need to pay dead people origin crystal? Ling Han was calm and collected. He had the Black Tower in hand and was filled with confidence, having the thought of fishing in troubled waters. He and Hunyeo were ringers, seeing that they were just a youngster and a little girl. How could everyone else be on guard? After eating, the party headed southwest. With half a day's effort, a mountain valley appeared before them. A vast crowd was outside the valley, as if convening a general meeting. Ling Han's gaze swept by. He saw that the place was divided into circles of the many forces, each simply surrounding a small area of tents. Most of the forces also planted their flags. For example, Heavenly Silkworm Quartz was a purple-colored beast silkworm, Devour Bone Quartz was a skull, and Cold Water Sex was an ice river. The Cold Water Sect also came, huh? Ling Han smiled mischievously. When he was at the Fallen Moon Gorge, he annihilated one of Cold Water Sect's disciples. If he were to reveal his identity now, would the elites of the Cold Water Sect come and make him pay? If they met on a narrow path, then they might, but under the eyes of the crowd, who dared to lay their hands on an alchemist? Unless this alchemist did something that truly would cause the wrath of God and the resentment of men and gave rise to public indignation, they definitely had to consider the Leviathan that was the alchemist society. Besides, Ling Han was now an Earth-grade alchemist. Would they offend an Earth-grade alchemist deeply for a mere spiritual ocean-tier disciple? Ling Han looked around. All the forces he knew came except one. The Blood Lighthouse. It was rumored that the original master of the Blood Lighthouse was defeated by a man who called himself Fist Emperor, yielding the position of House Master. The successor really had restraint, not even making a move for the Heavenly Luck Stone. Even if this thing wasn't used for oneself, throwing it to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and auctioning it off would definitely get a sky-high price. Ling Han was extremely low-key, hiding within the cannon fodder of the Heavenly Silkworm Court. He cultivated every day, fathoming the way of the sword and formations. All the paths of the heaven and world were interlinked, and he gained comprehension by analogy, forming the 8 flash of sword chi. Becoming aware of such benefits naturally made him full of confidence. Yao Huiyu was just 24 to 25, and yet he formed 9 flashes of sword, possibly even more, giving Ling Han immense pressure. The older generation had all arrived, and the youngsters on the prodigy roll could no longer garner attention. However, Zhu Xian'er was still like a bright moon and would set off a commotion no matter where she walked, always surrounded by countless people. Inside the mountain valley was the Heavenly Luck Stone, but inside the mountain cave, a beast kept watch and blocked the path. Till this day, no one dared to venture on. Because this beast was the golden blood demonic ape, a king amongst beasts. Being at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier and a king amongst beasts determined the beast's amazing strength. Furthermore, the mentality of the beasts here was affected by chaos intent. Each and every one only knew of slaughter, making the golden blood demonic ape even scarier. Although there were quite a few flower blossom tier elites present, there weren't many that reached the 9th layer. Not to mention that even if 10 or even 20 of them joined hands, they might not even rival that demonic ape. Therefore, everyone was waiting. Fighting with such a vicious thing carried an extremely high chance of dying, so the more certain they were, the better. However, this wouldn't last for long, because the demonic chi influenced the minds of living creatures, driving people insane, something that no one wanted to happen to themselves. Now these powerful people were negotiating, who would take the Heavenly Luck Stone, and what benefits would the recipient take out to settle with the others. Moreover, the golden blood demonic ape was king tier, so its blood, flesh, skin, fur, and bones all had immense value, so how would that be distributed? These days were just about arguing back and forth, as if during an auction. Each force wanted to pay the smallest price to receive the greatest benefit, but once there were too many people, it naturally became an endless conference. However, after 2 days, the golden blood demonic ape initiated the attack. It was over 30 feet tall and fully covered in red fur that reached 2 feet, gently swaying under the mountain breeze. Its claws were appallingly long, each one reaching 3 feet, and as if a sharp spear, the gleaming look of it alone would scare people. This was beast of the king tier, as strong as the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, emitting an extremely terrifying presence that could rival the 1st layer of the spiritual infant tier. Even the lot of flower blossom tier elites didn't dare to easily start a battle. Pa, the people below flower blossom tier all went soft at the soles of their feet, almost falling to the ground. The presence of it was too terrifying. When Feng Yen took out a magical decree, it stunned all spiritual pedestal tier elites, and now this demonic ape had about the same strength. However, a few people were the exception, such as Zhu Xian'er and Shinzhong Cheng, and a few youngsters that Ling Han didn't recognize. They actually resisted the presence. These youngsters were kings amongst the humans. Although they were still young and immature, a young king was still a king, so how could they kneel or lower their heads towards another king? Ling Han didn't want to stand out and pulled on Hunyo to sit down on the ground. Everyone sat anyways, and there was no need to worry about people blocking their vision. Moreover, this demonic ape was over 30 feet tall. The target was way too obvious. Kill, kill. The demonic ape actually slobbered the words of man, its red eyes filled with ruthlessness as it immediately began its massacre. Waving its demonic claws, shwa, 5 flashes of momentous chi shot out, turning into a 30,000 feet long attacks. Pu, piu, 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 the momentous chi swept over, and those who lay, sat, or knelt on the ground were undoubtedly split into 2. Stop. With its one attack, these flower blossom tier elites could sit no longer, and attack the ape one after another. There wasn't only cannon fodder here, but also their disciples, and if all of them died here, the loss would be too great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ling Han counted a total of 34 flower blossom tier warriors. Of those, 3 reached the 9th layer, 5 the 8th layer, 9 the 7th layer. Those below 7th layer actually held little significance. Against a king tier, they could at most impede it, and had no ability to fight it head-on at all. Just like Ling Han, even if 109th layer spiritual ocean tier elites came, wouldn't they all still be easily killed instantly? Hong! 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 The great battle began, and although the demonic ape was fighting against the masses alone, it still had the initiative. As it waved its demonic claws, every claw lashed out with momentous chi, impossible to overcome, forcing these flower blossom tier elites to dodge all over the place. A king amongst beasts was truly powerful. Chapter 410, Not Foolish. Reverie _ The demonic ape waved its arms, sweeping out flashes of momentous chi filled with unstoppable destructive power unrestrainedly with its 10 fingers. At least it was almost invincible in the flower blossom tier. Ji! Chi! The flower blossom tier elites unleashed their spirit tools to parry, but even 6th tier spirit tools were left with graze marks. Seeing this, they gasped in astonishment. If the spirit tools were to be scratched by the demonic ape's claws, then wouldn't they be cut in half immediately? And if their bodies were scratched, would it be of use, even if they used origin power to defend? As this thought arose, even the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier elites didn't dare to directly oppose the ape's attacks and restrained it in the surroundings. With no one daring to take the vanguard, the demonic ape naturally came and went freely, displaying fully its vicious might. Although its physique was massive, its movements were extremely agile and deceitfully quick. Suddenly left, then suddenly right, suddenly in the front, then suddenly from the back, so strange that it disgusted Peeplight was completely like an agility-type beast. However, when the flower blossom tier elites really thought that it was an agility type, the demonic ape launched a violent assault, targeting only one person. That person was at the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier. His face turned green as his strength was so vastly different compared to the demonic ape. Everyone hurriedly tried to rescue him, but the demonic ape's physique was overbearing. The sword chi, saber chi, and the like unleashed by spirit tools couldn't harm it at all from this distance, not even able to cut off a single hair. There was no way to succeed like that, so they had to charge over one after another. The demonic ape targeted that flower blossom tier warrior anyways, which was equivalent to restraining it at the front, thus they didn't fear close combat. Kill! Kill! The demonic ape suddenly turned its head and attacked the crowd. Everyone knew that the dark demon forest was filled with a weird presence, and the longer one stayed, no matter beast or human, all would go crazy and bloodthirsty. It no doubt increased destructive power, but also affected intelligence. The honest saying that losing one's wit, the limit of battle power unleashed would be limited no matter how strong one was true. This was the main reason why the crowd dared to attack the demonic ape on all sides. But who would have thought that such a large group of people would be tricked by the demonic ape, diverting their attention and then unleashing its power? Was this really a vicious creature that only knew slaughter? Not good. The flower blossom tier elite's expressions turned green. Although they won in numbers, could they really block a king of beasts at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier fighting head-on? After all, they only had 3 elites at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. At this moment, the 3 warriors at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier were the first to retreat, then those at the 8th layer, and those at the 7th layer. The higher their tier, the more control they naturally had over their own power. The demonic ape let out an odd laugh. Paw, its arms spread out, easily capturing a flower blossom tier elite each. The 9th layer of the flower blossom tier against the 5th layer of the flower blossom tier, and the ape was King Tirret, was an obvious result. Why were their heads only filled with thoughts of running? Save me! Save me! The 2 flower blossom tier elites that were seized yelled loudly as they desperately struggled and spread their martial intent. On the surface of their bodies, endless vein-like lines spread out, covered by astonishing brilliance. Each vein-like line firing down would be enough to exterminate a field of spiritual pedestal tier warriors, but they just couldn't get free now from the demonic ape's control. The might of a king tier beast was fully displayed. Paw! The demonic ape applied force in both hands, causing the 2 to explode. Hong, a terrifying power shock wave resonated through heaven and earth. A martial artist's cultivation was equivalent to taking oneself as a furnace, improving oneself. Especially after advancing into the flower blossom tier, the power contained inside the body was earth-shaking and extremely terrifying. Now that it was crushed, that terrifying power going out of control was naturally shocking. The demonic ape wasn't the least bit afraid and instead opened its mouth, throwing the 2 flower blossom tier warriors into its mouth, munching a few times, and swallowing them whole. Hiss! Seeing this, everyone drew a cold breath. Between humans and beasts, there was really just a relationship of devouring each other because both parties contained flesh that was of great benefit to the other, so eating back and forth was quite normal. However, standing in the position of the humans, seeing one of their own being eaten still had a great impact. Besides, those were 2 flower blossom tier elites. No matter which party they belonged to, it was an insufferable loss. After eating 2 flower blossom tier warriors, the demonic ape's red eyes were even brighter, just like 2 small suns. It stared at everyone again with earth-shaking killing intent. Ling Han shook his head inwardly. If human martial artists kept harboring their own intentions, then they would only be destroyed separately by the demonic ape. Moreover, the demonic ape was already at the peak stage of the flower blossom tier, and if it ate 10 more flower blossom tier martial artists, it might be able to advance. Chapter 411, Obtaining the Heavenly Luck Stone. Reverie _ Xiao, a momentous chi came slicing from outside the valley, turning into extremely terrifying 1,000 feet long sharp blades. Everyone was scared sick. The fierce chi was too long, it couldn't possibly be dodged going right or left, nor even up. It was unleashed by the demonic ape, and even if they weren't directly slashed, with their cultivation of spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual ocean tier, they would definitely burst into pieces when met with its frightening power. Dig a hole. Someone immediately attacked the ground crazily. There was a general saying of the shield of the earth hiding inside the mud might be able to help them narrowly escape. Everyone followed suit, striking crazily at the ground. The people here were at least at the spiritual ocean tier, so smashing a hole was rather easy. In a moment, everyone turned into ground-burrowing rats, drilling into the mud holes. The fierce chi swept by. Peng, 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 peng. It raised dust from the ground as the frightening energy carried on until it sliced the mountain walls before disappearing. The mountain walls were exceptionally sturdy and weren't sliced entirely by the demonic ape's attack, leaving only a mark barely a foot deep, which was truly shocking. Everyone who was hiding in the mud holes were shocked, each one of them burst out from the holes with blood all over them. The few who were too weak were even shocked into foaming with blood, but most of the people luckily escaped. For example, Zhu Xian Ding Yuan Xian, and the others all looked towards Ling Han. The reminder just now came from him. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "No need for thanks." Although some people here were enemies, he didn't need to borrow the demonic ape's hands to kill people. Did he not even have that much confidence? Besides, some people were not bad and it would be a pity for them to die here. Hurry up and leave. The rescued nodded at Ling Han whether they knew him or not and ran out the mountain valley one after another. The demonic ape's attack spread and caused them to be heavily injured, and a few more times would definitely kill them. Moreover, the mountain walls were so stable, and they couldn't possibly dig through them with their power, so there was only one way to acquire the heavenly luck stone: kill the demonic ape. Fortunately, seeing their own remarkable juniors suffer an attack, the flower blossom tier elites outside the valley began to fight desperately, restraining the demonic ape and not letting it have another chance to unleash a killer move. Ling Han looked around. Seeing that most of the people in the valley had escaped, he then said to Hu Niu, "Niu, can you enter?" Hu Niu was a freak. When others had no way, she might have. Let Niu try. Hu Niu squatted at the cave entrance, opening her mouth and biting at it. With a snap, the cave entrance had resplendent vein-like lines revolving. Once touched, the power set by the demonic ape would automatically manifest. The little girl instead went crazy, biting left and right, eating up all the vein-like lines nearby. What the hell? Even if Ling Han knew Hu Niu was out of the ordinary, freakishness to this degree still made the corner of his mouth twitch as he felt unable to accept it. That was a defense set by a 9th layer flower blossom tier monster that was even a king amongst beasts, but it was still bit through by Hu Niu. What sort of teeth did she have? After Hu Niu bit open a small hole, she immediately wormed in and ran right off. She knew what Ling Han wanted, and in a short while, she ran back from within the cave, wormed out of the cave's entrance and dove into Ling Han's arms, handing over 9 pearl-like things. Immediately, an intense fragrance could be smelled, making all the pores on his body open up in ineffable comfort. The heavenly luck stone. Ling Han hurriedly stored the 9 heavenly luck stones into the black tower and picked up Hu Niu, walking slowly towards the outside of the valley. Just now, he used his body as a screen, not letting anyone discover that Hu Niu entered the mountain valley. Who would even think that Hu Niu had such capabilities, even being able to bite through the defensive power set by a flower blossom tier? Now everyone had their attention on the battle in the sky. Once the demonic ape was killed, then they would naturally be able to enter the mountain cave and obtain the heavenly luck stone. Ling Han's heart was thumping rapidly. He knew that there were heavenly luck stone inside the mountain cave, but never would he have thought there were as many as 9. This meant that he could create 9 geniuses. One for him, one for Hu Niu, one for Ling Dongxing, one for Lu Yutong, one for Qin Yi. These 5 were the most important. As for Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiu, and Li Sichan, their martial arts talents weren't outstanding, giving it to them was somewhat of a waste. Whatever, one could only take 1 heavenly luck stone anyways, any more would be useless, so whom else would he give it to? Using it on one's own people would be the best use of everything. That was decided. In a short while, he already made up his mind. As for how the remaining one would be used, that could be discussed in the future. Perhaps he'd take it out for auction and make a great profit. After he left the mountain valley, he saw Zhu Xian looking at him with a complicated and shocked gaze. Thinking about it, his reminder was what saved her life, but his contention with her for the crimson-red chilling ice grass must have made her have mixed feelings. Ling Han was only at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier before, and now he astonishingly advanced into the 7th layer. This progression was too scary. You! Ding Yuan Xian jumped out, filled with murderous intent. Ling Han laughed and said, "Just saved your life, now you're returning kindness with hatred." Ding Yuan Xian was startled as his gaze swept by. Many people in the surrounding were looking at him with an unfriendly look. He knew that he angered the crowd, so he snorted at once, took a few steps back, and said, "I'll let you go this time, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely have your head." Ling Han simply laughed. The next time they met, he would already have broken through to the spiritual pedestal tier, and it would be uncertain who would be the prey and who would be the predator. The battle in the sky was more and more disadvantageous to the humans. The demonic ape was too strong, and unlike the other beasts inside the forest, its intelligence wasn't affected. Although it certainly was bloodthirsty and bellicose. Its destructive power increased while demerits were avoided. It was natural that its battle prowess improved. Retreat! Everyone retreat, a flower blossom tier elite shouted loudly. They were going to swallow the defeat in this battle. The plan now was to first retreat, then gather more elites. This time, even spiritual infant tier elites would be alerted. Ling Han didn't care, since the heavenly luck stones were already in his hands. Retreat? Then so be it. He was going to guard the crimson-red chilling icegrass after he reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He would use the Black Tower's power boost to take away the spirit medicine. This way, he'd be able to avoid wasting the chance to improve his physique as well. Hold it. With a bellow, a figure arrived in a flash high up in the air, emitting a shocking presence of holding heaven and hell in awe. Flashes of vein-like lines blossomed around him like a bed of celestial flowers, an astounding sight. At the start, Ling Han thought it was Yao Huiyu, since only such a domineering youngster could unleash such a strong presence. However, as he focused his gaze, he could indistinctly see that this was a mature man in the 30s filled with a natural and forceful presence, like a natural-born monarch. Ling Han's mouth slowly dropped, revealing an astounded expression. This man was. Chapter 412, Rain Emperor Reappears. Reverie _ Fist Emperor. Below, everyone cried out. That was the new housemaster of the Blood Lighthouse, the mysterious flower blossom tier elite that called himself Fist Emperor. No one knew where he came from, and yet he defeated the original Blood Lighthouse master with his extremely domineering fist techniques, becoming a leader of one of the 4 large forces. Stand with me and kill this slaughterer. Fist Emperor made his move, brazenly unleashing attacks towards the demonic ape. Overestimating your own abilities. A flower blossom tier warrior instantly snorted. Although this Fist Emperor was certainly kick-ass, he was actually only at the 1st layer of the flower blossom tier. How great of a difference was between the 1st layer and the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. Moreover, the demonic ape was a king amongst beasts, and the higher the tier, the stronger a king. The demonic ape's battle prowess was at least 7 stars higher than a normal flower blossom tier warrior's. For what other reason could 3 warriors at the 9th layer and 5 at the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier fail to give it a run for its money? Besides, this demonic ape's defensive power was astounding. With so many people joining hands, not even a single hair was sliced off it. It seemed completely hopeless. So be it if he were at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, but acting so loftily at the 1st layer of the flower blossom tier, wasn't that just a joke? The demonic ape was obviously unafraid, waving its claws towards Fist Emperor. Hong! The fist and the claw clashed, and the martial intent collided fiercely. 2 balls of light burst forth and formed a great explosion, shooting in all directions. Peng, 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 countless people in the surroundings were thrown off their feet, those with weaker strength even hacked blood repeatedly, while the others were with disheveled hair, appearing very disorderly. Those flower blossom tier elites revealed expressions of disbelief, each of them was shocked to the extreme. Fist Ray. How's it possible? In the sky, the demonic ape and Fist Emperor stood in the air, separated by 1,000 feet. Blood was at the corner of Fist Emperor's mouth and traces of blood were all over his body, but the demonic ape's claws also dripped with fresh blood. It finally sustained an injury in this battle. Of course, Fist Emperor's was injured more in comparison, but being able to injure the demonic ape greatly increased the morale of the masses. It turned out that the demonic ape wasn't invincible. Rain Emperor. Ling Han muttered this awe-inspiring Fist Emperor was Rain Emperor. As expected of the strongest ruler since the establishment of the Rain country, he certainly was extremely domineering. Moreover, circles of light rippled around his fist as if tangible, that was precisely fist ray condensed by fist chi, but its destructive power was countless times greater. This wasn't simply an accumulation, but a refinement on the way of the fist. Rain Emperor was past 60, and he originally looked around 50. Now, advancing into the flower blossom tier, he immediately gained 200 more years of life. In theory, he was equivalent to a normal 20-year-old, and all the functions of the body were greatly revitalized, such that even his complexion became younger. In a few more years, would Rain Emperor become a handsome man in the 20s? It was very much possible. As these thoughts flashed across Ling Han's mind, Rain Emperor already executed the Son of Heaven fist technique, battling fiercely with the demonic ape. Rain Emperor had abdicated as a ruler and was not inside the Rain country, so he couldn't possibly use the power of the nation. However, he advanced into the flower blossom tier and broke away from the confinements of mortals, connecting his body with heaven and earth. Each fist that shot out had the blessing of heaven and earth, while Son of Heaven fist technique was as fierce and domineering as ever. Genius, a true genius. Ling Han nodded. The Son of Heaven fist technique was only a black grade or earth grade technique in the hands of Qi Yong Yi and the others, but in the hands of Rain Emperor, it was a heaven grade technique, even a god tier technique. This was a fist technique he created, and as long as he forged ahead vigorously on the path of the fist, his Son of Heaven fist technique would continue to improve and keep up with his tier. Given the time, Rain Emperor really could be crowned the two words, Fist Emperor, living up to the name. With Rain Emperor taking the front, the courage of the other flower blossom tiers naturally increased greatly as they stepped forward to attack. They certainly didn't dare to fight the demonic ape head-on, but to restrain it from the sides was more than enough. Flower blossom tier elites were flower blossom tier elites after all, their strength couldn't be fabricated. Things took a turn on the field. Before, the demonic ape had the absolute advantage, but now, both parties were tied. Rain Emperor's dominance had to be acknowledged as he turned the battle around single-handedly. Even though this was all because of Rain Emperor was only at the first layer of the flower blossom tier. Fist Ray certainly was all-conquering, and Son of Heaven fist technique increased explosively in power as his tier increased, but his tier being low was ultimately a great weakness. Rain Emperor continued to be injured by the demonic ape, and although he still fought hard, anyone could see that Rain Emperor couldn't endure for much longer. Once Rain Emperor was defeated, the situation would return to as it was before. In that moment, everyone's battle intent dropped drastically, beginning to consider retreat. Ha 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 ha, did I come late? With a long laughter, another extremely domineering figure appeared, covered with intertwining sword lights and emitting an overbearing presence. The world's second sword, Yao Huiyu. He was also at the first layer of the flower blossom tier, and at the same time a king amongst martial artists who formed at least 9 flashes of sword chi. Moreover, he was a bright disciple of Heaven's sword sect who knew what surprising trump cards he had. Come fight. Chang, Yao Huiyu's unsheathed his sword and charged unhesitatingly at the demonic ape. With a sword strike, he yelled, "Get out of my way, this is my opponent." This one was more arrogant than the one before, he actually wanted to fight the demonic ape alone. If he were at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, then there was naturally hope. If Rain Emperor reached the 9th layer, he would also have the right to fight the demonic ape, but the problem was that the difference was too great for both their tiers. Neither one was the demonic ape's opponent, as the demonic ape was infinitely close to the spiritual infant tier. The demonic ape was infuriated. In its eyes, these humans were simply sheep, with at most a few wolves that could cause it some trouble. But wanting to defeat it? Not in a million years. It let out a great roar as its body actually cracked. What, did it kill itself from losing its mind to anger? Everyone very much hoped that this vicious creature would die this way, but that was obviously not realistic. Under their astounded gazes, the demonic ape started to crack open from the nape and all the way to the waist. However, no blood oozed out, and instead 2 demonic apes popped out. No, not 2 entire demonic apes, only the upper half of the body. 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 demonic apes roared angrily at the same time. The sound waves were like the tide, turning into massive waves that charged at everyone. The Flower Blossom tier elites hurriedly went up to neutralize it. Otherwise, if this tidal sound wave struck, all the spiritual pedestal tier warriors would explode from the shock. Peng, 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 peng. The sound waves were dissolved by the Flower Blossom tier elites jointly while Yao Huiyu raised his sword and charged at the demonic ape with an imposing manner. The demonic ape waved its arms, and with a peng, Yao Huiyu was sent flying. The demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms was truly like a spiritual infant tier elite, displaying its unparalleled position. Chapter 413, Collapsed Mountain Reveals Demonic River. Reverie _ Mystical Power. Ling Han said inwardly, this was the Golden Blood demonic ape's innate mystical power. It was very strong, 3 heads and 6 arms with each upper body equivalent to a demonic ape. Its battle prowess was earth-shaking. One demonic ape could firmly suppress everyone, and now with 2 more, who could resist it? Interesting. Interesting. Yao Huiyu's battle intent was like fire as he raised his sword and attacked back. His expression was filled with high-spirited battle intent. He seemed to be extremely excited. You have the right to make me attack seriously. His expression turned stern as Mysterious 3000 was activated. One sword light looked as if it could shine over the 5 regions. Rain Emperor also returned to the fray, throwing domineering punches continuously with earth-shaking momentum. With these 2 taking the front, the others stepped up one after another. Being able to cultivate to the Flower Blossom tier, who would be a fool? The demonic ape's 3 head and 6 arms ability might be astounding, but it couldn't possibly be activated endlessly. Furthermore, the ape would become weakened after unleashing an ultimate move like this. When the time came, they'd take the demonic ape's head. For Flower Blossom tier elites, the Heavenly Luck Stone was of no use at all, but the demonic ape was different in that it was king tier and the peak stage of the Flower Blossom tier. Its flesh was definitely very tonic. The demonic ape roared and waved its 6 arms. Its battle prowess was extremely frightening as it completely suppressed the crowd, but Yao Huiyu kept firing out the Mysterious 3000, posing a great threat to the demonic ape, while Rain Emperor who formed Fist Ray also had shocking destructive power. The 2 were riddled with wounds and kept hacking out blood, but they still stabilized the situation. Now the key was whether Yao Huiyu and Rain Emperor could endure longer, or the demonic ape's mystical power could be maintained longer. This would decide which side the victory would belong to. It was really hard to predict. No one knew how much longer the demonic ape's mystical power would remain active, but everyone could see Yao Huiyu and Rain Emperor's injuries. Those were definitely not light injuries. Being scratched by the demonic ape once, bones would be plain to see and blood splatter across the sky. Bleeding alone was a great problem. Ling Han watched and muttered inwardly, these people are so desperate. If they really defeat the demonic ape and run into cave to see that the Heavenly Luck Stones are gone, will they go crazy? This demonic ape might be wild and violent, but it's not stupid. Could this be due to the Heavenly Luck Stone suppressing the chaos intent? It's rumored that Heavenly Luck Stone is birthed by the fate of heaven and earth and is a manifestation of heaven and earth's will. It's not out of question for it to be able to resist demonic chi. Since I've taken away the Heavenly Luck Stone, this demonic ape will definitely be mentally aberrated from the demonic chi. When the time comes, it'll just be another muddle-headed vicious creature that knows only slaughter. The great battle was still going on. Yao Huiyu and Rain Emperor were both strong-willed and battle maniacs. Fighting with a demonic ape that was a king amongst beasts would be of immense benefit in the future on their paths in martial arts. Therefore, they would rather fight desperately and be heavily injured and still continue the fight, believing that the gains would definitely be greater. However, the demonic ape quit. It wasn't stupid. Fighting desperately here had no benefit. Retreat. It immediately turned around and shot towards the mountain valley, worming right into it. Not playing with you guys anymore. Rain Emperor and Yao Huiyu exclaimed, following it and entering the mountain cave. Seeing this, the other Flower Blossom tier warriors naturally didn't want to lag behind. Chasing and killing the demonic ape was secondary. The key was that the Heavenly Luck Stone was inside. Pung. 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 Entering the cave, everyone naturally couldn't see the combat situation and dared not enter to watch, as it would really kill them. They could only hear thunder-like sounds of bombardment, moving the earth and shaking the mountain as if the world was about to collapse. At least half an hour passed. The entire mountain was sent flying and crashed 5,000 feet away with a pang. Instantly, the strong impact shoveled up dirt as the ground from afar arched over 2 feet high and charged towards the mountain valley. For spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual ocean tier warriors, this impact was trifling. They only looked at it once and turned their gaze towards the inside of the mountain valley again. The entire mountain was sent flying, so it naturally left behind only a desolate land. However, the flower blossom tier elites rose into the air one after another as if running for their lives. The mountain disappeared and left a deep, massive pit. This pit was like a river filled with dense and indiffusible black mist that kept evolving into all sorts of shapes such as beasts, humans, and weapons. It was precisely this black mist that made the flower blossom tiers flee helter-skelter. Demonic Qi. Ling Han was astounded at such dense demonic qi. Could a part of Azura Demon Emperor's body be suppressed underneath? Or was it a massive black stone? Facing this black qi, even the demonic ape feared it instinctively, escaping swiftly and not wanting to contact it at all. Who would have thought that underneath the heavenly luck stone was such a piece of demonic land? Could this be the source of Dark Demon Forest's demonic qi? Such terrifying demonic qi, even from this far, it makes me have the urge to go mad. Step back a bit more. If too much demonic qi enters the body, then one's mind will be completely chaotic, turning into a puppet that knows only slaughter. Everyone stepped back one after another. Losing the mountain that suppressed it, the demonic qi gushed out uncontrollably as if it were going to completely cover the entire dark demon forest. Ga-ga-ga, thanks everyone. A coarse voice sounded, followed by a grating sound. A bronze casket slid over as if it had feet. The Thousand Corpse Sect, someone immediately shouted and everyone instantly got goosebumps. This sect was definitely detested by all and everyone called for their beating. They were too shameless and immoral, stealing the corpses of elites to refine them into corpse soldiers. Did they still have any humanity? Elder Nine Clouds was also amongst the crowd, showing up to do nothing because once he attacked with full strength, he couldn't conceal his corpse qi at all. Moreover, the people of the Thousand Corpse Sect were strong only with corpse soldiers. Their own battle prowess was actually quite normal. He couldn't help but be irritated. Which idiot was this within the sect, actually appearing in front of the world with such poise? Won't this bring hatred to the sect? Ling Han's expression changed slightly as he recognized this bronze casket. 3 Lives Corpse Casket, Rong Huanxian. No, now it wasn't the true Rong Huanxian, but Azura Demon Emperor. If it were the true Rong Huanxian, he should desire for the heavenly luck stone and avoid demonic qi like plague. But now, with Azura Demon Emperor controlling his flesh, Rong Huanxian was definitely charging at the demonic qi, going for the black stone. For others, demonic qi was poison that mustn't be contacted. However, for Azura Demon Emperor, that was a greatly tonic thing. If there truly were a massive black stone underneath that was obtained by Azura Demon Emperor, what sort of calamity would be caused? Ling Han didn't hesitate for a single second. He leapt right out, unleashed the Demon Birth Sword, and struck at 3 Lives Corpse Casket. Both were 10th tier spirit tools, so it really couldn't be confronted without using the Demon Birth Sword. Hong, sword chi landed and 3 Lives Corpse Casket was forced to stop as the sword chi shocked it, its rays blinding. You're actually still not dead. Peng, the lid of the casket opened and Rong Huanxian's figure appeared. His gaze quickly caught Ling Han, emitting a frightening chill. This time, this lord will make you disappear completely. Chapter 414, Primal Chaos Source Rock. Reverie _ Great, now it was even livelier with all sorts of demons and beasts showing up. Dreg of Thousand Corpse Sect, how dare you to come here, you court death. A flower blossom tier elite attacked, swatting at Rong Huanxian. Everyone had the right to execute a disciple of such an evil sect no matter how high or low. Even if Ronghuan Xian had the title of an alchemist, it would be the same. It could be inferred just how despised and resented the Thousand Corpse sect was. Even after a millennium, the sight of this sect still gave people the urge to kill. Gaga, want to kill this lord? You're still 10 millennia too early. Ronghuan Xian laughed loudly, but he only paid lip service as he immediately wormed into Three Lives' corpse casket. His main body was certainly undying, but his flesh was too fragile, only at the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier. He couldn't possibly resist a flower blossom tier warrior's attacks. Wang! 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 The attacks landed on the Three Lives corpse casket, and instantly, this spirit tool was activated. Vein-like lines shined as if the entire casket was coming to life. Shua, a pillar of light, surged out and turned into a skeleton soldier with a pike in hand, thrusting towards the flower blossom tier elite. Pooh, with a spear thrust, the flower blossom tier's left shoulder was penetrated. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. That was a flower blossom tier warrior, but he couldn't even block an attack. If he hadn't evaded in time, his heart might have been shocked. It was too terrifying. What sort of treasure was that, being able to suppress even flower blossom tier opponents? However, some people looked towards Ling Han with strange gazes, because Ling Han also struck it once earlier. Why did nothing happen at all? The sword in the youngster's hand, could it actually be a high-tier spirit tool? Ling Han also gasped in surprise inwardly. Both were 10th tier spirit tools, but Three Lives' corpse casket was too kick-ass. Hiding inside the casket, one would not only have invincible defense, but also have thorns attached to oneself. Whoever hit it would be out of luck. More importantly, Three Lives' corpse casket could also move on its own like a carriage. It was very convenient. However, if Ling Han was made to hide in a casket, he definitely wouldn't do it. Three Lives' corpse casket. That's Three Lives' corpse casket. Elder Nine Cloud's eyes brightened up. Thousand Corpse sect had 3 priceless treasures, which were the demonic noise saber, the pond of the underworld, and the Three Lives corpse casket. However, the pond of the underworld wasn't a spirit tool, but an inherited land of Thousand Corpse sect. It was also a holy place for cultivation. Cultivating inside for a year could equal 1 year on the outside. But its location was unknown since several millennia ago. Today, the demonic noise saber was grasped by the current sect master. Followed by the appearance of the Three Lives corpse casket, it meant 2 out of 3 prized treasure appeared. Was appearance of the pond of the underworld still something distant? Was the Thousand Corpse sect going to prosper? Elder Nine Clouds was mad with excitement. If he could obtain the spirit tool that could accommodate living things from Ling Han, the Thousand Corpse sect could enter its golden age, even surpassing the dynasty several millennia ago. Ronghua Xian laughed eerily and said, "This lord won't play with you guys anymore. Once this lord obtains the primal chaos source stone and refines it as this lord's body, the entire world will tremble under this lord's clutches." Primal chaos source stone? Was it the black stone? The question flashed across Ling Han's mind as he attacked unhesitatingly once again. He definitely wouldn't allow a Jura demon emperor to obtain the black stone. The Thousand Corpse sect could still be suppressed no matter how strong they were, but a Jura demon emperor? That was a god spirit, and once his battle prowess fully recovered, the vast lands would face calamity. Insolent boy, when this lord's cultivation is recovered, this lord will kill you first. Ronghuan Xian yelled angrily, steering the Three Lives corpse casket and charging into the demonic chi. No one dared to stop him as the misfortune of the flower blossom tier earlier was still in front of them, and no one wanted to share the same fate. Ling Han chased swiftly after, and Hunyao naturally charged into the demonic chi as well. The two instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The demonic chi was not only dense enough to block vision, but also had a strong effect of cutting off divine sense. Consequently, even flower blossom tears immediately lost the trace of the 3 people. At this moment, everyone only thought of 2 words, damned idiot. That was demonic chi. Couldn't it be seen that even flower blossom tier elites weren't willing to be contaminated? What were a few small spiritual ocean tier and gushing spring tier warriors trying to do by running into it? The flower blossom tiers carried out a fierce battle again, unleashing their attacks at the demonic ape. These were separate matters. Boy, don't think that this lord will fear you just because your tier is higher than this lord's. Rong Huanxian's voice came from within the casket. He was only at the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier and couldn't possibly rival Ling Han. When this lord refines some primal chaos demonic chi and increases in cultivation, retrieving the primal chaos source rock, your life will be taken as blood sacrifice for this lord's rebirth. Oh, that primal chaos source rock or whatever can make you stronger? Ling Han said indifferently. Rong Huanxian snorted and said, this lord transformed from a sliver of the world's primal chaos demonic chi and suffered for not having flesh, which was why this lord was suppressed for several millennia and split into 9 parts. However, primal chaos source rock and this lord are of the same source as one of the world's toughest matter. This lord only has to refine it into a body. Who in the world would be able to rival this lord then? When the time comes, this lord's flesh will be invincible, equipped with overwhelming demonic psychic powers. All will become this lord's slaves. This old monster was so honest all of a sudden, even revealing his trump card. Thinking again, he actually didn't reveal any secrets, saying only where he came from but not how to annihilate him. No wonder that several millennia ago, his body could only be dismembered then suppressed. He wasn't a living thing in the true sense, but rather a manifestation of demonic chi. Rong Huanxian didn't simply boast, as he was in the process of absorbing the demonic chi. Weng, the presence he emitted was strengthening. Although it was still at the gushing spring tier, it could clearly be sensed that his tier was improving extremely quickly. Ling Han sighed. Why did he always encounter monsters? Ideas flashed across his mind. With the protection of the 3 lives corpse casket, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop Rong Huanxian's tier increase. However, where did the demonic chi in this land come from? There was definitely a black stone that released the demonic chi, but it was suppressed by the large mountain and could only spread through the ground into the forest. Now, it was as if it turned into an ocean. If he retrieved the black stone, or the primal chaos source rock in Rong Huanxian's words, then everything could be taken care of. Ling Han decided on spot and pulled on Hu Niu to leave, beginning to search for the land where the demonic chi originated. He asked Small Tower about primal chaos source rock and demonic chi. Small Tower unexpectedly knew the relationship between the two, telling him several secrets. If Azura Demon Emperor really absorbed the primal chaos source rock, then he at least wouldn't be killed on those vast lands, as primal chaos source rock was too hard. However, this didn't seem to make a difference. Azura Demon Emperor was originally a ball of demonic chi, but couldn't he still cause disasters for millennia even after being split into 9 parts? Demonic chi was like the vast ocean. Ling Han's divine sense couldn't be spread out and black spots already began to appear on his body. The divine sense was the same, no longer clear as water, but instead filled with violent impulses. In contrast, Hu Niu was perfectly fine, but an indistinct light appeared in her dantian, as if a vein-like pattern had been lit up. The little girl was much more freakish than he was. He flashed into the Black Tower and immediately summoned the power of the Black Tower to dispel the demonic chi in his body. His skin returned quickly to normal at a visible speed and his divine sense opened up, clear and immaculate. Ling Han exited the Black Tower again. With the experience of resisting the Black Stone, he could survive for several minutes even within such dense demonic chi. Niu, let's race to see who can find a rock like this. Ling Han smiled at Hu Niu as he dangled a small black stone in his hand. Okay. Hu Niu immediately said in a crisp voice, appearing very excited as she shot out. If Niu wins, Niu wants to eat 3 roasted chicken drumsticks. Chapter 4:15, Merging of the Demonic Body. Reverie _ Ling Han and Hu Niu went on a great search, but this large area was covered by demonic chi and obstructed eyesight and divine sense, largely affecting their scouting ability. Even Hu Niu was no exception. For 3 consecutive days, they obtained no results. This was the area of a mountain. Even if it wasn't large, it wouldn't be small either. Rong Huanxian's strength was increasing rapidly. He obtained the inheritance of the Thousand Corpse sect and could only cultivate corpse qi, but an old monster entered his body, granting him the ability to cultivate demonic qi. Under the endless devouring, it was almost 1 day for 1 layer. Rong Huanxian broke through to the spiritual ocean tier after 2 days, and today he was already at the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Shocking progress. At this rate, another 7 days and he would reach the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and then 2 more days and he would be at the spiritual pedestal tier. Once he entered the spiritual pedestal tier, with the mystic arts Azura Demon Emperor grasped on top of 3 lives corpse casket, he would possess sufficient confidence to suppress Ling Han. And after another 10 days, 20 days, and 30 days, what cultivation would Rong Huanxian reach? It just so happened that under the 3 lives corpse casket's protection, Rong Huanxian was also as if he'd possessed the Black Tower. No one could harm him, at least, Ling Han currently couldn't. He had to find the black stone fast. While Rong Huanxian was only absorbing the drifting demonic qi, he still could advance so shockingly fast. Then if he truly refined the black stone as his body, just how strong would he be? Ling Han and Hunyao continued to search, and as each day passed, they became more and more pressured. Ling Han had already stopped caring about the battle outside. If the demonic ape didn't run, it would definitely be annihilated. After all, the human elites rushed over continuously. So what if the demonic ape was a beast king? On the 11th day, Rong Huanxian broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier. Such speed would make anyone envious. Ga Gaga, this lord has come to find you. Rong Huanxian's grim laughter sounded within the demonic qi. So fast. He had no need to increase his tier to the height of the flower blossom tier or the spiritual infant tier, because he would soon abandon this Bedino living creature's flesh was truly suitable carrier for his soul. Only the primal chaos source rock was the best. Therefore, he only needed enough strength to suppress Ling Han, taking down that brat and obtaining the mysterious spirit tool which kept even him preoccupied. Inside the demonic qi, his battle prowess received a surprising amplification, so the spiritual pedestal tier was definitely enough. On the other hand, he was truly scared that Ling Han would find the primal chaos source rock, ruining his opportunity. Ling Han bellowed, notifying Hunyao to meet up with him in case she encountered Rong Huanxian and suffered a loss. On this land demonic qi pervaded, his and Hunyao's senses were greatly restricted, especially Hunyao's. Her forte was speed, but when she couldn't even see clearly, blindly running around would get her into a mishap. Old devil, come battle with this young grandpa. Ling Han laughed loudly. He seemed young, but his soul was from millennia ago. He felt somewhat like an old man faced with anyone here. He didn't need to pretend to be immature only in front of Azura Demon Emperor, as he certainly was much younger. Stubborn brat, when this lord overran the world, your oldest ancestors were drinking milk somewhere. How dare you act insolently in front of this lord? Today, this lord will annihilate you completely. This lord is very interested in that treasure you bear. Rong Huanxian sneered. Why so much useless talk, just bring it on. Ling Han retreated in a rush. He had no interest in fighting Rong Huanxian as the latter had the 3 lives corpse casket and was unkillable just like him. Finding the black stone was the kingly way. Rong Huanxian flew over, sticking out his right hand and clenching it. The demonic qi in this space danced wildly, turning into a giant hand that snatched at Ling Han. Ga Gaga, unexpected, right? This lord originally manifested from primal chaos demonic qi, and my battle prowess here can increase tenfold. Let's see where you'll hide. Rong Huanxian laughed loudly. Not necessarily. Ling Han's figure flashed, unleashing a punch and activating the thunder battle armor. Instantly, lightning surged and turned into an 8-headed war elephant, greeting the black hand. Hong. The lightning war elephant charging at the black hand was as if a mantis trying to stop a chariot, shattering its own body yet not even able to slow down the black hand by single bit. As expected, Rong Huanxian said that his battle prowess here could increase tenfold, and that definitely wasn't a bluff. Die for this, Lord. Rong Huanxian clenched his right hand. The black hand also clenched tightly, devouring Ling Han's figure. However, Rong Huanxian immediately frowned because he felt Ling Han had already disappeared. The attack didn't grasp Ling Han. As expected, when the black hand disappeared, Ling Han also appeared unscathed. Old devil, although you shrunk into a turtle shell for in the past few days, I couldn't do anything about you. However, if you want to hurt me, that's also a pipe dream. Ling Han laughed loudly. Rong Huanxian's gaze was chilly and his expression filled with anger, but he knew Ling Han was right. The two of them certainly couldn't deal with the other. He felt a fit of irritation inside, but didn't care too much as he already realized that inside Devil's Sky Mystery Realm. Then the next best thing was to find the primal chaos source rock and refine it as his body and then suppress Ling Han, seizing the treasure on the ladder. Lin Han, Niu found the large rock. Niu's one. Hu Niu's cheerful voice resounded as a black stone the size of a buffalo ran over with 2 tiny feet on the bottom. This scene was somewhat strange. It was mainly because Hu Niu was too small while carrying the rock, only her 2 feet could be seen. Gagaga, you specially delivered the primal chaos source rock for this lord, thanks so much. Rong Huanxian exulted. He no longer paid attention to Ling Han, snatching at the black stone with a palm. Once he touched the black stone, he would transform into his true body and enter it, abandoning the current human shell. When he completely refined the primal chaos source rock as his own body and found the other 8 suppressed remnant souls, would he even need to fear Heaven's Sword sect in its former years? This is Ling Han's, not for you. Hu Niu yelled, dissatisfied. Xiao, the black stone vanished into thin air and Rong Huanxian's palm snatched nothing. He hurriedly turned his head, only to see that Hu Niu carried the rock and appeared before Ling Han. Teleportation. The little girl actually used the art of teleportation. Rong Huanxian was somewhat dumbfounded as teleportation involved the great Tao of space, and even in his world, only a few could master it. However, a little girl of the mortal world could use it with ease whilst carrying such a large primal chaos source rock. It made even him feel it beyond comprehension. Moreover, he also just noticed why could Hu Niu also be unafraid of the effects of demonic qi? Niu, good one. Ling Han guffawed, picking up Hu Niu in one scoop, ready to put this little girl inside the Black Tower at any time. No, that belongs to this lord. Rong Huanxian hurriedly dove over. Seeing the black stone inches before him, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Primal chaos source rock as a body was a dream of his kind. Touched it. Azura Demon Emperor unhesitatingly removed his soul from Rong Huanxian's body and wormed into the black stone. Chapter 416, Terribly Conned. Haha. Ling Han laughed loudly. With a casual toss of his hand, the black rock inside his grasp was immediately thrown out. No, the Azura Demon Emperor roared in fury. He had indeed possessed the primal chaos source rock, but the problem was this piece of primal chaos source rock was much too small. It was actually the size of a peanut and there was only a pitifully small amount of chaos source within. When members of his race took over the bodies of other living things, they indeed paid no mind to the build of their victims. It could be as small as the golden mosquito ant or as big as the howling heaven beast, and they could adapt anyways. Moreover, even if they were not satisfied, then they could always change to a new body. At worst, they would only experience a period of weakness. But the primal chaos source rock was different. Once fused, this was an irreversible process. He could never come back out. If the primal chaos source rock was big enough and possessed sufficient chaos source, this would give them unlimited space to expand. They would be able to swallow all the souls in this world and fuse with them. They would then be able to endlessly increase their personal power until it reached the maximum amount the primal chaos source rock could allow. Which also meant that the bigger the primal chaos source rock was, the more chaos source it contained, and thus the bigger his potential to become stronger. But the problem was not that the primal chaos source rock was too big, but that it was too small, much too small. It was so small that it could only accommodate a shattered piece of his soul. Moreover, there was only a scrap of chaos source inside, and he could not possibly increase his power with that. What did that mean? It meant that his power would eternally stagnate on this level, and he might not even be able to reabsorb the other 8 pieces of his soul. Of course, there was still a way to solve this matter, and that was for this piece of his soul would be swallowed. How could this be? The primal chaos source rock he had seen was definitely not as small as this. Ling Han laughed quietly. The instant that he was knocked down by the Azura Demon Emperor, he drew the large black rock into the black tower, then withdrew the small black rock and shoved it at the former. Furthermore, the chaos source in this small black rock had been largely sucked out by small tower, so there was only a slight sliver remaining. Sure enough, the Azura Demon Emperor did not even pause to think, overwhelmed by his anxiety. The moment he sensed the aura of the black rock, he immediately streamed inside. Small Tower had told him of the relationship between Primal Chaos Demonic Chi and Primal Chaos Source Rock. Thus, he came up with this plan in that single instant and managed to successfully dupe the Azura Demon Emperor. That small black rock actually began to shake, trying its best to transform into human form. Ling Han rushed forward and delivered a kick. "Old demon, I'll see you next time." The pitiful Azura Demon Emperor was in the process of fusing with the Primal Chaos Source Rock. Since the two of them came from the same source, this process, once begun, was unstoppable. So how could he possibly be capable of defending himself? He instantly flew off into distance from the force of the kick. "You damn human boy, just wait, I will definitely kill you." Azura Demon Emperor roared in fury. He had been horribly conned. "I've finally vented my grudge." Ling Han laughed loudly. Now, the Azura Demon Emperor only possessed 1/9 of the power he'd possessed at his strongest at most. Even if he possessed an immortal body, he could still be suppressed, and it would be much easier to deal with him in this way. And now that the Primal Chaos Source Rock had been removed, the demonic chi in this place would slowly disperse until it became nothing. By that time, this dark devil forest would be history. Phew, he was in a good mood. Ling Han laughed. Being able to ruthlessly con an old demonan immortal monster from millennia past caused a sense of fulfillment to spring up unbidden. There was only one word for it: invigorating. N. He heard moaning and saw that Rong Huanxian was actually getting to his feet staggeringly. Fuck, this guy was still alive? Ling Han knew that his body had not died before, but being taken over by the Azura Demon Emperor, his consciousness was actually not erased. When had the Azura Demon Emperor become so kind? "You never thought that I would be still alive, right?" Rong Huanxian stared fixatedly at Ling Han. He had never been on good terms with Ling Han from the moment they met. This Rong Huanxian was the original Rong Huanxian, and also the real Rong Huanxian. Ling Han sighed and said, "Sure enough, good people don't live long, whereas evil survives 1,000 years. He's still not dead even with that. Ha 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 ha, I refine corpse chi, so I won't die so easily." Rong Huanxian stared at Ling Han and said with a cold smirk, "I not only did not die, furthermore, my power is superior to yours. AI, my previous good mood has now been ruined." Ling Han shook his head. "If we're being honest here, I am your savior at the very least. Is this how you are going to repay me? I will refine you into a corpse soldier and allow you to exist forever. That'll be good enough, right?" Rong Huanxian laughed loudly and took the initiative to attack. A smile appeared at the corners of Ling Han's lips as he said, "It seems that you are being smug too soon." He advanced to parry the oncoming attack, without any signs of fear. Pung! The two attacks collided and Rong Huanxian was forced into a continuous retreat. A flush appeared on his pale face as if he had dabbed blusher on his cheeks. How could this happen? Rong Huanxian exclaimed in shock. He actually lost to Ling Han in a clash of force. Let me kindly explain it to you. Ling Han smiled slightly. You managed to enter the spiritual pedestal tier because of the demonic chi, but it was the Azura Demon Emperor who was guiding things. You yourself do not cultivate demonic chi, so how could you possibly make full use of that kind of power? Moreover, you are only in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and without the demonic chi in this place compounding with your own ability, I will be able to suppress you 17 or 18 times with one arm. Rong Huanxian fumed angrily. A brat in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier actually pointed at his nose and said that he was just in the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. How could that still be logical? However, there was one thing that Ling Han was right about, and that was none of the members of the Thousand Corpse sect was known for their own personal ability, but rather depended on their corpse soldiers. He now had no corpse soldiers to help him, so he was only an ordinary cultivator of the spiritual pedestal tier. Furthermore, he was a cultivator that had just broken through to the spiritual pedestal tier. Putting Ling Han aside, even Shen Zhongcheng would be able to kill him. Now that I've regained my body, I will begin to cultivate corpse chi again. When I obtain powerful corpse soldier, I will come to seek you again. Rong Huanxian left behind a line that fit the situation, and jumped into the 3 live corpse caskets. Hong, the spirit tool, activated and fled. Since he could not beat his foe, then he of course had to flee, or what? Staying for supper? I temporarily suppressed a problem, but I've also gotten a new problem. I don't know if this is right or wrong, Ling Han mumbled. He had now split Rong Huanxian into 2. Though the ability of the Azura Demon Emperor was under control now, he had transformed into a real undying body, whereas Rong Huanxian was revived. With the protection of the 3 live corpse caskets, he, too, possessed an undying body. The so-called undying body is only relative. Ling Han soon smiled confidently. As long as my power is strong to a certain extent, even if Rong Huanxian hid himself in the 3 live corpse caskets, I would still be able to kill him with a shock wave. As for the primal chaos source rock, if this thing was really indestructible, how could it have been shattered in the first place? The small black rock from inside the brain of the giant serpent had most likely fallen off from the big black rock. This meant that the primal chaos source rock could be shattered. I've already obtained the primal chaos source rock and the heavenly lux stone. Now I only need to get the crimson red chilling ice grass, and this trip to the dark devil forest will be over. Not just over, merely the heavenly lux stone had made this trip more than worth it. Furthermore, though Ling Han could not use the primal chaos source rock, its value was estimated to be 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even million-fold the value of the heavenly lux stone. One had to understand that this was an item that could be useful to the Black Tower. Ling Han planned to leave behind a small piece to improve his divine sense. The rest would be refined by the Black Tower, which would extract the source power inside to repair itself. The 2 of them advanced in the opposite direction of the valley. He did not want to encounter anyone else at this time. He only wanted to quietly collect the crimson red chilling ice grass, then return to Extreme Yang City. When he obtained the last ingredient, the 9-leaf black Ganoderma, he would finally be able to concoct the Restore Spirit pill. Chapter 417, Finding a Sparring Partner. Ling Han kept only a small piece of black rock, whereas he passed the rest over to Small Tower to use to repair the latter. In an instant, the whole black rock was turned to dust, and the chaos source inside was completely extracted by Small Tower. He could not help but think that if Azura Demon Emperor entered the Black Tower, then even if he obtained a humongous piece of the primal chaos source rock and made it into his body, it would be pointless, as it would still be absorbed completely and turned to dust. Ling Han did not immediately head to where the crimson red chilling ice grass was. He was still in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier now, so he had to wait some more. He decided to head there after he broke through to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Even if he went there now, he could only sit and wait, and this did not fit Ling Han's personality. As a result, he and Hunyo stollied around the forest. There were still a lot of other spiritual herbs here, and since they still had time, why shouldn't they go and find some? Their harvest was quite good, but after a few more days, the majority of the demonic chi here had dispersed and more people surged into this area. Thus, Ling Han's yield also went on decline. He rubbed his chin, and ultimately decided that he could not waste any more time. Thus, he carved on the trunk of a tree, "Ding er go one, come and chase your young master." These words were naturally left for Ding Yuan Xian. He still wanted to make use of the ladder to improve himself, breaking through to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier as soon as possible with the man's help. As he moved, he kept carving those words here and there. He believed that with Ding Yuan Xian's ability, the latter should be able to find him from the clues he had left behind. Hunyo followed his example and began carving on the tree trunks as well. However, don't look at how pretty and delicate she was. The letters she carved were all bent and misshapen. But she still proudly crouched down and carved happily, completely unembarrassed about her poor writing. Only a day passed, and true enough, Ding Yuan Xian had caught up. "I cannot deny it, you are indeed very courageous," Ding Yuan Xian said icily, flames of rage burning in his eyes. This young man killed his younger brother and now still dared to actively provoke him. He was really about to die from his towering rage. "I'm just average, but the second bravest in this world." Ling Han smiled. "Average, but number one in the world," Hunyo said without any modesty, patting her tiny chest. "You too." Ding Yuan Xian roared in fury. His figure pounced in attack towards Ling Han and Hunyo. His spiritual pedestal shone, surrounding him and making him appear as if he himself was a god. Ling Han laughed loudly and drew his sword to attack. Instantly, 8 flashes of sword chi shot out. When he saw this, Ding Yuan Xian was naturally infuriated. This guy only managed to gain his 8th flash of sword chi because of the pressure he had put on him. When he thought of that fact, he felt as if he was burning in flames of fury. Could it be that now that this brat had had a taste of success and once again took him to be a polishing stone for his own power? However, he stared fixatedly at the demon birth sword. Previously, he only knew that this was a high-level spirit tool, which gave him a shock that caused his spirit to throb. Yet afterwards, when he saw that this sword was actually capable of causing the 3 lives corpse caskets to vibrate, he as well as everyone else present of course knew that the demon birth sword was definitely not something as ordinary as a level 6 or even a level 7 spirit tool. Who would not covet it? "This sword is now mine," he humphed coldly, moving as quick as lightning. Ling Han tried his utter best and launched a counterattack at Ding Yuan Xian. However, there was too much of a gap between their respective cultivation levels. As a result, Ling Han was very soon riddled with wounds. One could even see the white of bones from some of the deeper wounds. Thankfully, the indestructible heaven scroll was too mighty, and allowed him to maintain his life force at a shocking state of vigor. It was only when he bled so much that even his sight was beginning to blur that Ling Han finally began to flee. As he fled, he kept drawing out ginseng and other nutritious medicines and devoured them like crazy. He also used the indestructible heaven scroll to recover his own injuries. As he retreated, he continued to battle. He was not fleeing because he was losing. He tried his absolute best in this battle, but after 3 days, he had still reached his limit and had no choice but to duck into the Black Tower. At this point, there was no single patch of unscathed skin on his body. Even with the circulation of the indestructible heaven scroll, the rate at which he suffered injuries far exceeded the rate at which he could heal himself, which forced him to have 1 foot past the boundary of death. He quickly circulated a drop of the indestructible true fluid to recover. Very quickly, he regrew blood and flesh and had completely recovered from his previous state. After swallowing a few alchemical pills that were used for cultivation, he crushed a few hundred origin crystals. Instantly, an endless amount of origin power enveloped him. He greedily absorbed it and his cultivation gradually increased. He actually cultivated for 2 whole days and nights, and when he ended his cultivation, he had already quietly broken through to the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Very good, this sparring partner is not bad. Perhaps, after 1 more month, I not only will be able to break through to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but even rush up to the peak period of the 9th layer. Ling Han mumbled, unafraid how depressed and frustrated these words would make Ding Yuan Xian if he heard them. Let's go and find my sparring partner. Ling Han continued to leave messages behind, whereas Hunyo helped to leave messages as well, giggling while damaging this area of the forest with her hideous writing. Another 2 days passed, and Ding Yuan Xian had indeed caught up with them again. 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Ding Yuan Xian gasped in shock when he swept his eyes over Ling Han, his eyeballs practically popping out of his head. He was frustrated. This brat had really taken him to be a sparring partner. Not only had he formed his 8th flash of sword chi from the constant battles, now he had even broken through to the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If he continued to battle with this brat, then wouldn't the latter be able to advance towards the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at a terrifying rate, or even, directly break through to the spiritual pedestal tier? He was really a bit scared now. Ling Han's battle prowess was too monstrous. Perhaps, once he entered the spiritual pedestal tier, Ling Han would be able to rival him. How could he bear with the fact that he himself had cultivated an opponent that could kill him? But this brat killed his younger brother, so how could he spare him? Kill, he definitely had to kill him. At least for now, this brat's ability was far beneath his. Ding Yuan Xian did not know that Ling Han still had the Black Tower and possessed a final trump card to ensure his survival in fatal danger. Otherwise, he would definitely turn around and leave immediately. It was just like battling Rong Huanxian. He could always duck and hide himself into the 3 lives corpse caskets, and if someone in the flower blossom tier at least delivered a palm strike to this spirit tool, he could still kill himself with the strike. Do you dare to battle me to the death? Ding Yuan Xian provoked him. Is there something wrong with your head? I'm only in the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and you are in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and you want me to battle you to the death? Idiot. Ling Han shook his head, yet took the initiative to attack. The demonal birth sword was drawn and sword chi shot forwards like rainbows. Just obediently be my sparring partner. Damn you. Ding Yuan Xian was unbelievably furious and stepped forward to counter Ling Han's attack. Previously, there were a few times that he had nearly managed to kill Ling Han. Thus, he was still quite confident in himself. If Ling Han was just that slightest bit unlucky, then he would definitely be able to kill the former. Unfortunately, he was always just that slightest bit away from killing Ling Han. After battling for 3 days, Ling Han once again entered the Black Tower in a near-death state. After circulating a drop of the indestructible true fluid, he directly passed out. When he woke up, he hurriedly began to cultivate. His improvement could obviously be seen. He had reached the middle period of the 8th layer, and what was even harder to come by was the fact that because he was so very near to death this time round, this gave him a deeper understanding about life and death. Life and death, they were opposites, but the end of life was death, and the end of death was life. It was an endless loop, like Taiji 2. This conformed to the Tao of the world, which was Tao begets 1, and 1 begets 2. Order and chaos, life and death, light and darkness. These opposites and cycles could be traced back to the source. However, Ling Han's current cultivation level was too low. He could only be moved, but was not able to comprehend. He allocated these stirred-up thoughts on the path of the sword, clear which path he wanted to follow. Sword chi, sword ray, anyone could form these 2 states. But sword heart was different. This was a kind of higher level, which required one to possess his own path. In his last life, the path that the Sword Emperor took was the path of rulers. The moment he drew his sword, the whole world would crawl before him. The setting sun Saber Emperor had taken the path of heartlessness. He could cut down without any bit of hesitation even the source of all life, the sun. Then what kind of path should he take? Chapter 418, Path of the Strongest. It was definitely not too early to consider this question. He would very soon break through to the spiritual pedestal tier, and after he constructed his spiritual pedestal, he would be able to step into the flower blossom tier, whereupon he would then cast off his mortality. And at that time, cultivators would have really stepped onto the path to search for Tao. Therefore, there was a need for him to confirm which path he wanted to take before he reached the flower blossom tier. In his last life, in accordance with the nature of his spirit base, he chose the path of fire. He studied the might of fire and advanced on this path towards the source. This kind of path that used one of the 5 elements or lightning, such basic elements, was also the choice that the majority of cultivators would make. However, the most common, most widely chosen path was usually not the strongest choice to make. Otherwise, the Sword Emperor, the Setting Sun Saber Emperor, and the likes had chosen to walk completely different paths. In this lifetime, Ling Han was to pursue becoming the strongest, and naturally could not possibly walk the path that he had once taken before. Even if having walked this path once would allow him to walk smoothly and unhindered all the way to the top, he wanted to switch to a different path, a path that would allow him to become even stronger. I want to battle with all possible opponents. Whoever blocks my advance, I will defeat. I do not want to become a ruler standing at the highest position to be revered by all. This is not something I am willing to become. What I pursue is merely to be the strongest. The extreme strongest that is capable of defeating any kind of opponent. The path of the strongest. Ling Han rubbed his chin. But the problem was, did such a path exist? I have to believe in myself. Since there is this kind of belief, then there must be this kind of path. My sword will be able to cut all, it will be able to cut spirit tools, divine tools, even capable of shattering the void or cutting even gods. Ling Han's will was determined. He had confirmed it. The path he wanted was to take the path of the strongest, and his sword was the path of the strongest. At the moment, he still needed to use spirit tools, but when he formed the strongest sword within his heart, he could form the strongest sword that could cut all with a single flick of his finger. After confirming the path that he wanted to take, Ling Han's will became increasingly determined. It was as if he had obtained a new life. Streams of divine light flickered around him, making for a shocking scene. However, he soon withdrew his martial intent and returned to looking absolutely ordinary. He was closer and closer to returning to his true self. It was as if he was a peerless treasured sword that was still concealed within its sheath. Only when drawn would he release 100,000 feet of luster that could cut everything. I feel like I've touched the doorstep to the 9th flash of sword chi. Ling Han smiled. He had just decided on his future path, and it actually caused his spirit to brighten and allowed him to gain a great advance on the path of the sword. Now should be the time for sparring partner Ding to appear and give me enough pressure and motivation for me to polish out the 9th flash of sword chi. Ling Han exited the Black Tower and continued to leave provoking messages behind. This time was even faster. After merely half a day, Ding Yuan Xian had caught up. You are too arrogant. Ding Yuan Xian said through gritted teeth. He had almost killed this brat last time, but not 2 days had passed, and he had again appeared all lively and active to pick a fight with him. This was practically being without any fear of death. You're a good person. Ling Han smiled. And, Nyo thinks you're a good person too. Hu Nyo nodded. Ding Yuan Xian was almost driven mad with fury. These two really took him to be their sparring partner? His eyes focused on Hu Nyo. He did not manage to kill Ling Han after so many clashes, but this little girl should not be so difficult to kill, right? Since Ling Han had killed his younger brother, then he would also kill one of Ling Han's family and make him experience the feeling of heartache as well. Die. He leaped forwards, and charged to attack Hu Nyo. Your opponent is Ling Han, not Nyo. Hu Nyo used her movement technique and instantly disappeared like a shooting star. Her speed was so fast that Ding Yuan Xian could only watch in dumbstruck shock. Fuck, this was a little monster. Ding Yuan Xian was astonished. Ling Han was also very monstrous, but at least his monstrosity was still within an acceptable range. But that the little snip was actually so fast that even he could not catch her movements. That was too much. Ding ergo, you can't catch Nyo. Nyo exclaimed proudly, and again began carving on a tree trunk. Ding Yuan Xian almost went mad in his utter rage. He was just wondering who it could be that made a carving of his name so hideous. So it seemed that it was this damn little girl. He turned to glare at Ling Han, his eyes filled with flames of fury. Ling Han spread his hands and said, I know that the writing is a bit ugly, but you're already so old, so even if it's a bit ugly, it's fine. Anyways, you're not going to use it to seduce any girls. Fuck. Ding Yuan Xian was mad with anger. All over his body, closely set patterns appeared that transformed into endless flames which surged to surround Ling Han. Ling Han laughed loudly and drew his sword to parry. Instantly, 8 flashes of sword chi danced unhindered. But how terrifying was the battle prowess of 15 battle stars of a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator. Immediately, he was wounded and a couple of his bones were broken from the powerful shock wave. Various burns also appeared on his body. The sight was too horrible to look at. However, his eyes were still extremely bright. The path of the strongest did not mean that he could never be beaten, but no matter how many times he was defeated, he would stand back up again, defeat his powerful foe, and continue his advance to the top. With the support of this kind of belief, the 9th flash of sword chi seemed ready to come out at his call. Ding Yuan Xian, in any case, was at the level of a prodigy, and very soon sensed the change in Ling Han. He could not help but be slightly shocked. He felt that Ling Han was like a caterpillar that had become a cocoon. In the moment that it ripped out of its cocoon, it would be able to transform into a magnificent butterfly and display its luxurious beauty. This kind of feeling made him extremely displeased. Could it be that he was really only capable of becoming a polishing stone but was not able to kill Ling Han at all? Ling Han forced him into a crisis. The battle prowess of 15 battle stars of the spiritual pedestal tier had far exceeded his limit, and the result of a straight-on clash was that he would hover over the boundary between life and death. And if it was not for the fact that he still had the thunder battle armor to protect himself and the sturdiness of the body of rock cliff and the recovery abilities of the indestructible heaven scroll, he didn't know how many times he would have already died by now. However, after endless times of surviving fatal encounters, it finally transformed into a determined comprehension. Xiao. The 9th flash of sword chi appeared at the same time, shining stunningly. Asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ding Yuan Xian cursed loudly. Ling Han had already formed 2 flashes of sword chi from battling with him. A whole 2 flashes. One had to know that even he himself only possessed 7 flashes of chi. But Ling Han, who, too, originally only had 7 flashes of chi, now possessed an additional 2 flashes. This was the comprehension that a real genius would get when trapped between life and death. Ling Han gave him a thumbs up and, weak but filled with battle spirit, said, I now pronounce you a gold medal sparring partner. Good. Applause. Hunyo began clapping her small hands from where she was standing. Ding Yuan Xian howled to the skies in his fury. This really made him too indignant. He had come to hunt Ling Han down, kill him, and snatch away the treasures the latter had. Who said that he was here to be a sparring partner? After howling enough, he calmed down and drew out a spiritual talisman. This time, he was going to kill Ling Han at all costs. Oh no, Nyo, let's flee quickly. Ling Han recognized with a single look that the spiritual talisman was a barbarian bull spiritual talisman, which could greatly increase a cultivator's ability. He had been in tight enough straits in the beginning, and if he faced a Ding Yuan Xian that had used a barbarian bull spiritual talisman, then merely being scratched by the wind created from a strike would be able to shatter even his bones. He was here to find a sparring partner, not to go to his death. He had already broken out into a run. Hunyo's speed was even faster. She caught up with him in a few steps, jumped onto Ling Han's back and called out happily, Jia, 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 run quickly. You too. Ding Yuan Xian clenched his teeth. These two actually dared to joke around in front of him. He clapped the barbarian bull's spiritual talisman onto his body. Although this was a spiritual talisman used to increase one's power, it was not the type to increase speed. However, with a power upgrade, it would still increase the user's speed slightly. He was really driven to desperation, and would spare no expense just to kill Ling Han. Chapter 419, Refining the Heavenly Luck Stone. Indeed, with the power upgrade from the barbarian bull's spiritual talisman, though there was no surge to Ding Yuan Xian's speed, there was still a little increase. After a few steps, he soon caught up with Ling Han. Do you think you're the only one with a spiritual talisman? Ling Han laughed. He drew out the final swift cloud talisman and smacked it onto his body. Instantly, his speed shot up. There was a maximum limit to the effectiveness of the swift cloud talisman. For a user in the spiritual pedestal tier, the speed upgrade it offered was only about 20%. However, Ling Han was still in the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and thus the upgrade he got still doubled his original speed. Instantly, he once again distanced himself from Ding Yuan Xian. Ding Yuan Xian could not help but grit his teeth. He drew out a trump card, and Ling Han would draw a trump card of his own to deal with it. Could he really kill this unbelievably young elite? He ceased his advance and gave the matter some consideration, then decided to give up hunting down Ling Han. Not only that, he also decided that he would leave the North region and venture into the Middle State. Otherwise, if he continued to stay in the North region, perhaps he would need another 10+ years before he could manage to break through to the Flower Blossom tier. Leave. Anyone who could manage to make it to the prodigy role naturally had no lack of a decisive will. He immediately exited the Dark Devil Forest and headed directly to the Middle State without even returning to his own clan. Ling Han naturally did not know of Ding Yuan Xian's decision. After he recovered from his injuries, he began to leave behind carved messages to provoke Ding Yuan Xian again. But even after 5 days had passed, he still did not see Ding Yuan Xian appear, guessed that the latter might have given up his plans on hunting him down. Surprisingly decisive of him. Ling Han nodded. Ding Yuan Xian had seen the treasure that he had and could still leave so decisively. He was indeed a character. Still, without a sparring partner, he could only work hard and train on his own. Thankfully, he was already in the middle period of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was already quite fast. Ling Han still continued to search for various spiritual herbs on one end, as well as cultivating on the other. A month had passed and he successfully gained 2 types of spiritual herbs that the Black Tower did not have yet. Furthermore, his cultivation level finally reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If you refine the Heavenly Luck Stone at this moment and use the installation of power from the Black Tower, you will be able to maximize the effects, Small Tower hinted. Ling Han nodded agreeably and drew out a piece of the Heavenly Luck Stone. This was actually a stone bead, and when he crushed it, the inside turned out to be hollow. There was a kind of liquid inside there. The refreshing fragrance of this liquid wafted into his nose. Meanwhile, Hunyo also took out a piece and similarly sat in a cross-legged position. She was even more direct. She simply threw the piece of Heavenly Luck Stone into her mouth and chewed on it for a bit. Ka, and the rock was crushed. However, there was no odd signs at all. What, feeling as if your insides were boiling, and waves in your sea of consciousness, it was as if nothing happened at all. Ling Han knew that the Heavenly Luck Stone's effects would only be seen when he broke through to the next tier. It would allow the cultivator's battle prowess to instantly soar up another 4 or 5 battle stars. Exactly how much the increase would depend on how sturdy the foundations for the cultivation level was. Ling Han had not eaten this thing in his last life, but he had obtained one for the sake of his smallest disciple, Jiang Feng. That brat only had 7 battle stars of battle prowess in the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but when he broke through to the Flower Blossom tier, he actually still had 6 battle stars of battle prowess. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it would be to challenge a stronger opponent. If it was not for the Heavenly Luck Stone, Jiang Yufeng would only have a maximum of 3 battle stars when he broke through to the Flower Blossom tier, so that was proof of how awesome the Heavenly Luck Stone was. Ling Han mused ruefully for a moment, then exited the Black Tower together with Hunyo. They began to head towards where the crimson-red chilling ice grass was growing. They hadn't walked for very long, when Ling Han felt a shiver creep up his back. He immediately stopped walking and said, "Old wretch from the Thousand Corpse sect, how long do you intend to keep following me?" Elder Nine Clouds walked out of the dense forest, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had witnessed Ling Han enter the midst of the demonic qi with his very eyes. That was something that even he was wary of and dared not come into contact with. Yet Ling Han not only walked out of it alive, he looked extremely lively and conscious. There was absolutely no sign that he had been turned insane by the demonic qi. Exactly how many treasures did this brat possess? Elder Nine Clouds' greed blazed. He knew that Ling Han could enter the Black Tower, and so had been trying to find a chance to attack at a time when Ling Han was unguarded the most to kill him instantly. Otherwise, if he once again allowed Ling Han to duck into the Black Tower, then he could only return without achieving anything. "Young man, you have already drawn the attention of our sect. Even if I cannot do anything to you, there will be even stronger people appearing next time to take your life and snatch away your good fortune. They are also going to refine you into a corpse soldier," he forced out through clenched teeth. He had never imagined that a junior in the spiritual ocean tier would be so hard to deal with. Ling Han gave an "oh," and asked curiously, "How strong are they?" "Hee, do you want to probe me? You are really too naive. Do you think that I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Elder Nine Clouds sneered. Ling Han drew out a stalk of ginseng and said, "Be good. Tell me, and I'll give you a stalk of ginseng." "Fuck." Elder Nine Clouds was driven to fuming rage. Did this brat really think of him as a dog that he would tempt him in this way? His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. He declared, "Junior, if I do not refine you into a skinned corpse soldier, I swear that I will no longer be human." "You speak as if you are still human," Ling Han mocked. "Die." Elder Nine Clouds shouted harshly. "The only one who will die is you." A booming voice resounded and a sturdy figure emanating an oppressive aura shot out. "Fist Emperor." Elder Nine Clouds' aged eyes tensed, and he showed signs of wariness. Though the other had not broken through to the Flower Blossom tier for very long, he had managed to form Fist Ray already, and had even managed to battle the Golden Blood demonic ape to a standstill. One could not help but tremble in the face of such battle prowess. Moreover, the Thousand Corpse sect depended on the corpse soldiers they controlled. Their personal battle prowess was not too impressive. Furthermore, though the other had suffered injuries after battling the Golden Blood demonic ape, not only had he recovered from his injuries after so many days, his ability had also advanced further as he had broken through to the second layer of the Flower Blossom tier. One could not help but gasp at the fact that he could still advance so fast even after he had broken through to the Flower Blossom tier. The Rain Emperor was a dominating figure. When his eyes turned upon Elder Nine Clouds, an endless killing intent appeared in them. "Monster from the Thousand Corpse sect, kill." He curled his hand into a fist and delivered a punch. The fist ray appeared in bright brilliance. This was a deadly weapon that had exceeded chi. One could say that even if Ling Han managed to form 30 flashes of sword chi, they would still be unable to stand against the weakest fist ray. This was a one-sided domination due to the difference in quality. Of course, if Ling Han managed to condense the 30 flashes of sword chi into sword ray, then that naturally would give him a dominating advantage against a fist ray that had been condensed from 10 flashes of chi. Although Elder Nine Clouds was in the 5th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, he was completely incapable of standing against the Rain Emperor, who had already formed fist ray. Within a few moves, he was already wailing. He exclaimed harshly, "Fist Emperor, I do not want to become your enemy, but if you continue to be overbearing, don't blame me for being merciless." "So what if I am? Any person that I want to kill has never managed to survive." The Rain Emperor used the Son of Heaven fist technique. The fist ray moved with a brilliance, possessing terrifying might behind it. Elder Nine Clouds gave a sharp whistle, and a strange noise was immediately heard from some distance away. Very soon, an iron coffin slid over. Peng, the coffin lid shot open and a corpse soldier jumped out. It was completely silver in color, as if it was forged from silver. Level 3 silver armored corpse, Ling Han said. This corpse soldier had reached the limit for a silver armored corpse. Kaka, that's right. This is a level 3 silver armored corpse. After my various methods of tempering and refining, its ability is now close to the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. Elder Nine Clouds haughtily declared. Fist Emperor, it's still possible for you to leave now ******. He didn't finish and cursed that was because one of the fists of the Rain Emperor had already shot forward grandly. Chapter 420, Battering Away. The Rain Emperor was still the Rain Emperor, dominating, unwavering like an emperor, and with a firm resolve. Elder Nine Clouds quickly manipulated the corpse soldier to receive the oncoming barrage of attacks. Poo, pu, pu, pu. Endless muffled noises were heard. The Rain Emperor's punches battered the corpse soldier, but only left behind multiple very light wounds. It was indeed a level 3 silver armored corpse. This defense was comparable to the best kind of level 6 forging materials. Even Fist Ray practically left no damage. However, the Rain Emperor paid it no mind. He had the dominating character of an emperor. His punches continued to rain down, determined to batter the corpse soldier into dust. Elder Nine Clouds smirked. If they were only talking about defense, this corpse soldier was even stronger than the demonic ape, and only lacked power and destructive ability. But there was no need for him to kill the Rain Emperor. It was enough to contain him. Young man, are you still going to flee now? He smirked. The fact that he possessed a spirit tool that could contain living creatures was an unbelievably shocking secret. He did not believe that Ling Han would dare to use it in front of the Fist Emperor. In this manner, he had gained a chance. Ling Han smiled and said, "No." "Huh, so you are prepared to die?" Elder Nine Clouds' killing intent intensified. "No, I still have a helper." Ling Han looked towards the northwest and called out, "Brother Ao, please lend me a hand." "What?" Elder Nine Clouds followed Ling Han's lead and looked towards the direction he was looking at, but did not detect any movement. He scoffed, "Brat, don't make this unnecessarily complicated. Ho ho, a grand cultivator of the flower blossom tier, and yet the sensory abilities are beneath spiritual ocean tier 1s? Does the Thousand Corpse sect all consist of such trash?" Laughter resounded, and a person walked forth in midair. It was Ao Feng. Elder Nine Clouds instantly frowned. Why was there another cultivator of the flower blossom tier? Though this man, too, had just broken through to the flower blossom tier recently, who knew how many battle stars he possessed? Most importantly, for members of the Thousand Corpse sect, their personal battle prowess was really not that remarkable. Otherwise, one who was in the 5th layer should have absolute confidence in his victory against an opponent in the 1st layer. Grandmaster Ling is indeed an extraordinary genius. Ao Feng complimented. He, too, had witnessed Ling Han run into the midst of the demonic chi but did not suffer the slightest bit from its effects, which was something that left him shocked. Furthermore, he had been standing so far away to observe the battle just now, but Ling Han had still discovered his presence. This kind of divine sense was really terrifying. One had to understand that Ling Han had been in the heaven tier in his last life, and even if only a sliver of the divine sense of the heaven tier was left behind, if one were talking about sensory abilities, not even someone in the spiritual infant tier could catch up to him. "Thank you for your praise, Brother Ao." Ling Han smiled, then began to fervently egg him on. "Brother Ao, this is one of the dregs of the Thousand Corpse sect. Please help to eliminate him and remove this poisonous tumor for the world's peace." "Of course." Ao Feng nodded, seeming to be very righteous. However, internally, he was extremely displeased. His original intention was to allow the Rain Emperor and Elder Nine Clouds to battle to the point that they were both severely wounded, would then step out to calmly deal with the situation. He had never thought that Ling Han would call him out ahead of time. After all, he had only just broken through to the Flower Blossom tier, and unlike the Rain Emperor who had formed Fist Ray and was a real ruler, his battle prowess was only slightly above 2 or 3 battle stars. Against Elder Nine Clouds, it would really be difficult to decide the victor. However, the Thousand Corpse sect actually dared to set up a branch right beneath the nose of the Winter Moon sect, obviously with devious plans in mind. As an elder of the Winter Moon sect, since he had broken through to the Flower Blossom tier, he was naturally promoted from attendant to elder. Now that Ao Feng had seen a member of the Thousand Corpse sect, what logic was there in simply standing by and watching? His right hand shook and a plain-looking sword appeared, covered with an obscure pattern. Ling Han's eyes lit up. This was a level 6 spirit tool. He surmised that it had to be a family heirloom of the Ao clan. Most importantly, the forging materials to create a level 6 spirit tool were really too rare, so such a spirit tool could only be passed down the generations. One could not simply forge a new one as one liked. Elder Nine Clouds' expression became serious. His arms spread out and moved. A grayish corpse chi came to being, which slowly twined around his figure. Corpse chi and demonic chi were different methods that could achieve the same result. Demonic chi could cause one to go mad, whereas corpse chi was poisonous. Even if one in the Flower Blossom tier inhaled it for too long or was exposed to it for too long, his whole body would similarly rot, or even transform into a corpse soldier. Ao Feng waved his sword and advanced, not daring to keep any of his power in reserve. 8 flashes of sword chi danced, fully displaying the might of a ruler. Ling Han nodded. If he were being honest, Ao Feng was indeed a genius, and though Ling Dongxing was not an idiot either, the latter did not have as much talent as the former. If the two of them battled on the same cultivation level, Ling Dongxing would definitely lose. Therefore, it was necessary to have a dominating advantage in terms of cultivation level in order to allow Ling Dongxing to emerge victorious against Ao Feng. For anyone else, this might be a very difficult thing to do, but for Ling Han, it was practically a piece of cake. The spirit herbs in the Black Tower were becoming more abundant, and he had absolute confidence that he could help Ling Dongxing soar to the peak period of the spiritual pedestal tier in 3 years' time, and break through to the spiritual infant tier in 20 years' time. However, above that, his advance would slow down to the speed of a tortoise's crawl. After all, after the breakthrough of one's cultivation to the spiritual infant and the deity transformation tier, alchemical pills would only be effective in helping to accumulate origin power. Without enough comprehension of the cultivation level, no matter how many alchemical pills you were given, it would be a waste. Only genuine natural treasures had the amazing effect of assisting one in comprehending the great Tao. This was a blessing from nature. The matter of vengeance could be advanced slowly. Rescuing his mother from prison had to be the priority now. If he had to wait until Ling Dongxing possessed enough power, then his mother would have experienced too much suffering. Ling Han thought. The battle happening in front of him now was very exciting, but as someone who had once been in the heaven tier in his last life, it was not to the level that would interest him. He would not be inspired or draw inspiration from watching. Ao Feng had the help of a spirit tool and obviously had the upper hand. But the Rain Emperor was gradually falling into a disadvantage. The defense of a level 3 silver armored corpse were practically invincible, so how was he to continue playing this game? If the Rain Emperor was in the late period of the Flower Blossom tier, then he would still have a chance to win, but currently, he was too far from that. The situation was very delicate. If the corpse soldier could kill or force the Rain Emperor to retreat and then join forces with Elder Nine Clouds, then they would definitely be able to subdue Ao Feng easily. However, on the other hand, if Ao Feng managed to kill Elder Nine Clouds first, then the result would similarly be decided. So would it be the Rain Emperor who would first fail to hold on, or Elder Nine Clouds? Without a doubt, it was Elder Nine Clouds who would first beat the drums of retreat. What a joke, for someone as dominating and forceful as the Rain Emperor, the stronger the opponent, the more his battle spirit would blaze. He was the standard type that would use battle to cultivate his own battle spirit, and make use of a bloody battle to break through his own limits. How could he possibly give up on such a good opponent like a level 3 silver armored corpse? Elder Nine Clouds fled, and the Rain Emperor and Ao Feng were hot on his heels. However, after a while, the two of them returned. Naturally, they had lost track of him. After all, Elder Nine Clouds had too much of an advantage in terms of cultivation level. Running away only depended on one's speed, and the ability to battle an opponent stronger than oneself was not of much use here. Ao Feng exchanged some pleasantries with Ling Han, and also invited him to visit the Winter Moon sect as a guest. Then, he conversed with the Rain Emperor too before begging his leave and departing. It was unknown whether he was heading back to the Winter Moon sect, or continuing on his quest to find Han Lin. Grandmaster Ling, we have not seen each other for several months, and you have indeed once again made me see you in a new light. The Rain Emperor smiled. His voice was filled with ruefulness. He was certain that Ling Han would definitely become an Earth-grade alchemist, but he had not foreseen that it would happen so quickly. A young man that was still over a month away from reaching 18 years old was shockingly already an Earth-grade alchemist. Who would dare to believe such a thing? Congratulations to you for breaking through to the Flower Blossom tier and casting off your mortal shell, Rain Emperor. Ling Han smiled in return, that you're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.